Welcome and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Australian Sports Sedan Association and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Welcome to round 4 here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. In a year that we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. And it has been a ripping year, albeit that it was probably last year that the celebration should have been, but COVID had restricted us in so many different ways. So very happy celebration on 50 years for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. I'm Darren Smith, and we have got a massive schedule for you this afternoon, starting with the Hyundai XLs on at 1:10 for their first race, 10 lappers in the lovely afternoon sunshine here, mid-winter or late winter sunshine here at Sandown International. The grass is green, the birds were chirping, they've now found their nests in the trees, and Dan McCarthy is right alongside me. Dan, been a while since we've had you at a state round, but round 4, better late than never, mate. Well done.
No, good to be back. Yeah, haven't been around since round number 1, but yeah, good to be here. Glorious day at the moment, anyway.
Yes.
Blue skies. So yeah, looking forward to the action this afternoon.
So, as we can see just in the marshalling area there, the cars coming down for the Circuit XLs. Saloon Cars will be the next event on our schedule this afternoon. Vic V8, being that this is a sports sedan round and the club puts it together, they provide all the admin, staff, race control, etc., all around the place and run the event. The sports sedans don't run. But the next best thing, I guess, in the let's call it the ring-ins, the Vic V8s will have fielded a massive field here this weekend, so we're looking forward to them for the third race for today. Formula Ford, Porsche 944s with Bayside Pools presenting them this weekend. Looking forward to seeing them out on track. Sports cars, improved production, Formula Vee and the BMW E30s will round out the proceedings here today. We've got a commentary booth full of massive talent, and we're looking forward to introducing them throughout the afternoon. Steve DeVries will join us. Heath McAlpine will also join us, and Callum Brannigan has been filing many stories throughout this morning and will also be joining us for a couple of the categories throughout today as well. So a full program, and we're really looking forward to getting underway with things. Dan, you've obviously you said you haven't been here since round 1. What are you looking forward to? Obviously you're here with the XLs, but what are you looking forward to seeing and catching up on throughout this weekend's racing?
I think it is the Vic V8s. Obviously, we haven't seen them here before, so that'll be an exciting new addition to the program this weekend. Good field as well to come out as a new category, which is always good to see. We've got some good fields up and down in all the different categories. XLs, no exception. They always have good fields everywhere around the country these days, and here is no exception today. So looking forward to this first encounter. There'll be lots of action, always is in the XLs. So yeah, it'll be a good 10-lap encounter to start the day. That's in about 5 minutes' time. So as we can see, the car's just coming to the grid now.
Interestingly enough, the car right at the very back of the paddock under garage number 4 there, car number 137, a young race driver just about to embark on his first ever state round. And, well, the family has a massive pedigree in motorsport. His entry is under Cool Drive Racing, but don't be confused. This is not a Blanchard family. This is the Ambrose family, young Cadell Ambrose, his first ever State Series race meeting. Has done some racing up at Winton, and certainly his karting career is stellar, almost next to anyone in his peer group. He's been massively successful in karting. And when I say the family, he's none other than Rowan Ambrose's son, who Rowan had the lap record here at Sandown for a little while there and improved production, Phillip Island. Up there in the Northern Territory, and also at Bathurst. So Rowan, his father, needs very little introduction around these parts as far as circuit racing is concerned. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens with the 137. Just while these cars are gridding up, we might take a quick break and then come back with these cars heading out for the grid for their first race for the weekend. We'll be back very soon.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Call it plays, hit the past, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Call it plays, hit the past, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah.
A very good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy in the commentary box for the opening race of the Hyundai XLs, which have taken a little bit longer than usual to grid up, and it looks like there's a little bit of a hold-up just exiting the lane. And the rather long list of, what have we got here, about 34 cars. Actually, probably the biggest field that we have this weekend here, Dan McCarthy. Usually improved production is one of the bigger fields that we have, but for some reason it's the XLs that are gracing that record this time around.
XLs always have big fields, don't they? And yeah, here we are again this weekend, and they've turned up in abundance. It's a XL meeting up in Enduro up at Queensland as well this weekend. So
yeah,
shows that there's big numbers down south and big numbers up north as well. So yeah, good to see. Good field. Oh, car number 157 hasn't left.
Yeah, I wonder why the number 157 sitting out there belonging to Jet Bloomerus is just having a drama. I think they've now got to get that car going. They've got to wait for everybody else to exit the marshalling area before they can move that car. I think they're probably going to have to push start it and bump start it on the slight downhill slope that forms the marshalling area, and then hopefully they'll be able to get that car going. Won't be able to take its original spot though, I'm afraid. Looks like I think the rules have stated that they need to start from the pit lane if you're unable to take your spot on the grid. They have said in the driver's briefing, if you fall behind at any point in time on the formation lap, if you can't get back to your original grid position before you get to the start-finish straight, then you have got to come into the pits and start from there. So that's going to be a setback for them.
Yeah, it was set to start out of P18, so pretty much slap bang in the middle of the field, so he'll have to make his way through, starting from now 34th on the grid. So a bit of a shame to start off the weekend, but hey, there's plenty of time to make up spots before tomorrow afternoon.
It certainly is. We've got the grid that we're going to have to take a look through as well. So sitting on the pole, you just saw it disappear out of the bottom of your shot, is the 777 machine of Ethan Griggold, the Evolution Racing Team and AMR Motorsport machine, who's been up the front at a lot of the events this year, along with the 61 of Bradley James, and then third place overall, who is the current Victorian State Series points leader in Hugo Simpson aboard the 117 machine. Harry Tompkins in the number 33, the battery stop entry there. And then we've got Bradley Vaughan, who's over from South Australia in number 50, which is a great effort for him to be fifth overall after qualifying. Haven't seen him throughout the course of the year, and I'm not sure if he's been here to Sandown once before, but if not, that's an outstanding effort for him in qualifying. And Toby Waghorn, sixth place for him in car 84. Ryan Phillips, who's been fighting with the guys at the front, especially at the last round at Phillip Island, out of seventh place. Lachlan Bloxham out of position 8. He's from Queensland, so coming from where you were talking about, there's a meeting up north and a meeting down south, and a number of drivers have decided to pick which one they want to go to. James Lodge out of P9, and then the number 137, who Darren Smith alluded to a little bit earlier, of Cadell Ambrose out of position 10. And that car was actually in the back of the shot. There it is, actually in front there, the black machine with the orange stripes going over it. I've actually seen that car somewhere before. My memory escapes me, Dan McCarthy. The actual livery on that car, I think, has been driven by another driver before, but it just escapes me who that driver actually is. It's in my memory bank somewhere.
Yeah, as you say, it does look certainly familiar. As we see on the front row, the white machine is Griegolt, and James, the black machine, as you see from the rear, it's got a bit of yellow on the side as well. So those are the two protagonists up the front. The white and green machine in third, as you say, the championship leader, Hugo Simpson. He won the most recent race at Phillip Island in the feature race, as we're looking now set for the start of the first race of the weekend. I'll try and get it out.
You've got it out eventually. Green flag has flown at the back. Up goes the 5-second board. You can't see it because it's just on the left-hand side there where the Sandown logo is and the starting gantry. And away we go. A little bit of a tardy jump for Ethan Griggold off the front row. The reaction time much, much better from Bradley James, but because the cars are so evenly matched up the front, that's why you can see now there's a little bit of pushing and shoving and a little bit of bump drafting going on to turn number 1. James may have lost out a little bit at the start here, maybe just missed a gear at some point because he was a little bit further ahead, and he's already sunk back to 4th place, having started in 2nd. Now fighting here with the, the number, actually Bradley Vaughan might be there in 3rd place. Had just gone ahead and now back to 4th there. So all through, a couple of cars taking to the, what we call the escape road, it's called the grass on the inside of turn 3.
Yeah, that was Jeffs there taking the shorter route to avoid an incident, but it was of the top 4, it was Tompkins who made the best start from 4th on the grid. Just from the start alone was 2nd by turn 2, and we can see he's on the back of our race leader now, Griggold, as they go over the top of the hill for the first time.
Actually, it's Hugo Simpson who was in 4th place that I just caught. I'm used to seeing him in a slightly different looking car we've seen for the first couple of rounds. It's normally the one that has the white base coat with the American colours all over it. It's what he was driving at the last round at Phillip Island in a slightly different looking machine, the green machine there with the white bumper on the front. There is that other car I was referring to just a bit back in the pack, the number 69 of Lockie Bloxham, actually in that car that Simpson has driven before. And right now looks like he's back in around about 7th or 8th place.
It's on for P2 as they cross the line. Tompkins, James and Simpson line astern towards turn number 1. Tompkins going slightly defensive. He locked up down at Dandenong Road and the momentum was lost into the final chicane and now onto the straight. So very much on for 2nd, and that's allowed Griggold to pull out a nice comfortable 1.4 second margin on the first lap.
He has got a wriggle on at the moment and just trying to fly solo here is Ethan Griggold and Waghorn, Brad Varecka and James Lodge. They were sort of right on the back of the South Australian Brad Vaughan for a few moments there. And a couple of drivers well out over the backside of the curb as well. Heard a whistle down in the pit paddock. There's actually a car that looks like it's come to the lane. It's Harvey who's come in. He was actually down the back anyway. Lachlan Harvey started out of plumb last position, and looks like that car might be going to the garage.
As we see, line astern 2 by 2 further back down the field. That's just on the edge of the top 10, just inside the top 10 we're looking at just there. So a good battle pack in the midfield, but you see that up and down the field in XLs. There's always battle packs, a little bit of contact there. Yep. It's Lean having to go a little bit wide. Phillips, who had the moment at turn number 4, is back on the attack, trying to regain positions that he lost when he was shuffled out wide. Oh, there's more contact. Car number 84 there having to take to the grass into the final sequence of turns. Yeah,
Toby Waghorn getting a little bit of a nudge there. I think Line got into the back of the 190, the 103 of Michael Sinclair, just ahead of him in the Burson Auto Parts entry, as they head around to complete the 2nd lap of green flag running. And already a number of drivers just looking to go with the drivers ahead of them, looking to try and use whatever slipstream advantage they can. It is quite powerful here at Sandown, I should say. Down the outside comes Lockie Bloxham. That's a big brave move under the brakes. Just couldn't quite pull it off. He went way wide over the backside of the curb there. Got one spot, couldn't quite get the next one, belonging to the 39 of James Lodge.
I like that livery of car number 103, the Burson and Valvoline sponsored machine. That's a good-looking car, that's for sure. There's some really nice presented cars up and down the field in XLs. You know, it might be a cheap way of getting into motor racing, but some people really put a lot of effort into the presentation of their cars.
They do, absolutely. I actually saw there's a car for sale in the pits at the moment, actually completely stock XL that someone's selling, and they're common as anything around the place, but finding a good one is actually quite hard to find nowadays, especially if you want to take it racing. So if you're looking for one, there's one out in the paddock right now. Here's the 137 of Ambrose, chasing hard against the 155 machine as they come down into Dandenong Road. That's Charlie Nash in the. It's got the Tickford branding on the car as well. Very similar livery to the one we saw at the bend for Zach Best. It hasn't got much on it. The black sort of just sort of blends in with everything else around it.
I assume that's relation to Tickford co-owner Rodnash, I assume. Hence the Tickford livery, but as you say, yeah, very much looking like the Zach Beskovic famously took pole position at the bend. I mean, that's going to go down as one of the moments of the season, isn't it?
Certainly will. Having a look, a number of drivers have just sort of paired off in either groups of 2 or groups of 3 here. Royce Line being passed down there into turn number 1. Looks like that was Ryan Phillips in the number 8 going through as well. A bit further up the field, back to the battle here with Lockie Bloxham in the 69, giving chase against the number, actually was, or Toby Waghorn looks like he's actually gone through as well. The timing just hasn't quite updated yet to show us all that. Greg Gould's still doing a commendable job out in front. He's actually continuing to slowly extend that margin. It's out to 2.14 seconds now, and proving that you don't need to be in somebody's toe to make lap time, especially around this place. The 2 drag strips of the front straight and the back straight, very, very powerful, and there's not a lot of wind today at the moment, Dan McCarthy. It's not bringing over any clouds at any great rate, so it's not like following in someone's wheel tracks is going to net you a massive benefit. You'll get a little bit of help, but usually that's the tactic you use when you want to avoid running into a headwind.
Yeah, we're normally used to a breeze in some direction here at Sandown, but as you say, such a still day, and that's probably allowed and helped Griegold to continue to chip away. That's the 4th lap in a row. Each lap he's improved, set a fastest lap of the race. So that margin now, almost 3 seconds, 2.9 seconds as we cross the line to complete lap number 4. As we look further down the field, Tompkins P2, Simpson P3, and James P4. They're still very much line astern, but look at these XLs. They just continue to come around the final corner.
They're fanned right out now as well. Here's more of these battle groups way further down the order. Having a look here at, let's see if we get the car numbers as they're going past. They get so hard to spot. You've got the new line entry there of Chris Stilo a bit further back in the pack. He's the 3rd car in this queue.
And then 995
is William Seal. Yeah, so William Seal ahead, and then of the number 92 ahead of them as well of Donovan Mernjevac, and they're having a good little scrap. They're right down towards the tail end of the field. They're actually fighting over 20th, 21st, and I think 22nd place. So everybody's found someone to have a bit of fun chasing or passing over the course of the opening 4.5 laps. And as you were talking about before, Ethan Griggle has set fastest lap of the race consecutively over the last 4 laps. And then you look at what his qualifying time was at a 1:32.25, and his fastest lap at the moment, a 32.53. So not far away from his qualifying performance and running on his own.
Yeah. That's one of the good things about XLs, the tyres are durable. You can continue to pound out fast laps. You're not going to see something like you do in supercars where the tyres fall off a cliff. You can continually set those fast laps throughout the race and throughout the weekend as well, as we see car number 65 and 35 running side by side as they come on to the pit straight to complete the half race distance. 5 down, 5 to go.
That was a little bit of a late lunge there for William Sala down at the final chicane, and puts him on the correct side of the road if you were on running solo for turn 1, and his compatriot in the number 65 of James Eates has just decided to concede defeat for that one and not fight it into the first corner. Car ahead of them, the number 29 belonging to Ed Narkowitz, just running slightly wide there at turn 1. That's put him in a compromising position. They were quite some considerable margin behind. They're now right on his rear boot lid.
Yeah, good battle pack this one, that's for sure, as you say, for a spot outside the top 20. But it's really good to see racing up and down the field on the last lap. Once again, Griegold with the fastest lap of the race. So that margin now, 3.8 seconds. He's just got to really bring it home from here.
He certainly does. And we're looking to see on the timing if we can get the lap record. Actually is a 32.72. So that actually means that this circuit lap record in racing condition, if that's accurate, has actually been broken by Ethan Griggold. He's lowered it several times already. We've got 2 computers up here having a look at one of them on the bottom. Actually says it was set by Jalen Robotham back in 2018, the 4th of March 2018. So said, if that's accurate, that record has now been reset, and multiple times in the one race by the same driver.
Yeah, and hasn't Robotham gone on to good things? He started in XLs and obviously Super 3, Super 2, and then co-driving at Bathurst later in the year.
Certainly is, and his number of, I'm not sure if he's up in Queensland this particular weekend in the XL Enduro. He might be, actually. A number of the supercar drivers up there getting a little bit of extra fun in the Queensland sun, like much the same way we've got some fun in the afternoon sun here at Sandown, but for how much longer, I think, is probably the real question. These guys are certainly going to enjoy the dry conditions for another few more laps. A big lock up there going into turn one. That's compromised, and around goes the Superior Foods machine.
A car number
and another
49.
car around as well.
It's Emma Clark around as well. She was running wide herself, and then she looped it around trying to avoid car number 30. So yeah, two separate incidents there. No contact, but yeah, just one trying to avoid the other.
Yeah, Michael Jeff's the other car there, the Superior Foods machine, going around all by himself. It all started with a lock brake going into the first turn, and it carried on from there. Meanwhile, Harry Tompkins got a real fight on his hands here with the number 61 of Bradley James.
Yeah, fallen to P3 on that lap, and now trying to hold on to that position. Was sitting in second, so we've just seen Simpson, the series leader, overtake him, and now up the inside comes James. Nice authoritative move up the inside to take third position. Nicely done. He'll try and break away, but no, he's going to have to be forced onto the defensive into turn number 2, and around turn number 3 we might see Tompkins try to turn forward. It's always a risky move, that one. You've got to have a little bit of cooperation from the driver that you're racing. So we're just going to see a replay of the move for position number 2 earlier on. So it was actually James up the inside of Simpson.
Great switchback. Have a look at that. Fantastic. That's great situational awareness from the 117 of Hugo Simpson to sneak through there and realise James was in a little bit too deep, and just had the presence of mind just to hold the brake for a little bit longer, slip back through, and actually it's managed to create a nice little margin.
Shows how evenly matched these guys are, though, because Tompkins was in second. He's been overtaken. Now he's trying to get back up to third, so they're switching around. Although, as you say, Simpson's broken away a little bit. They are switching around, and it's a good battle for the final step on the podium.
Absolutely. But I think 2 more laps to run after this one. Greg Gould across the line now to complete the 8th lap, so there'll be 2 more to go after this one. His lap times remarkably consistent. I haven't seen, apart from the first lap, I haven't seen a lap slower than about a 1 minute 32.7.
Yeah.
Everything has been under that, from a 32.4 to a 32.7. Remarkably consistent out in front. I mean, he hasn't got a lot of air coverage at the moment because he's doing so well. All the battles are on behind him. Very, very, very consistent.
But it's just constantly chipping away half a second, at least a lap, and it's just allowed him to build that margin now of nearly 6 seconds. It's a really good, mature drive out front.
So Bloxham in 10th place here. Looks like he's fighting over
3 wide, a little bit
3
further
wide
back.
behind them, even worse. So we've gone from 2 wide in front to 3 wide here
Oh!
with Royce. Oh, sorry, that's the number 8, and that's going to make the fence. There he goes. That's pretty significant contact for Ryan Phillips. And you're right, that all started with them going 3 wide on the approach to turn 2. 3 into a corner that essentially can only really fit 2 cars through it. Does not work.
It looked to me like it was Textile McCoy in car number 13. Just got slightly crossed up, and then the contact was made. So I'm sure Blenline will supply us with a replay. We are going to go 1 lap short as a result. So instead of going safety car, we're going to call it at the end of lap number 9. So finish under green. I think that's a good way to go.
Yep, I think that's a smart call as well. And here comes Ethan Griggle to the line. Actually, what's his lap time on the final tour? It's for here. It's a 30. It's a 32.5. So again, remarkably consistent. So through with the win, Ethan Griggold, Hugo Simpson second, and then Bradley James third, just ahead of Harry Tompkins. Great late race battle for those guys. A bit further down the order, Brad Vaughan home in 5th place, the South Australian. Brad Varecka in the number 96. Actually looks like he lost a spot there on the line to James Lodge. So Lodge goes through into 6th, Varecka 7th, Waghorn, Bloxham and then the 10th place car, number 184 of Will Longmore.
Yeah, you just said about Lodge getting that position number 6 at the end there. There were 3 wide across the line, Lodge, Vereker and Waghorn just behind, so those 3 separated by just over a tenth in the end. So really good racing throughout the field. So yeah, that was the battle for position number 6. As we see them to continue to come across the line, Phillips is dropping down the timing screen. Car number 8, he was of course involved in that crash, so he was comfortably inside the top 20, and yeah, not going to finish in the end. So we'll see a replay of that in a couple of moments' time. We're just waiting for these cars to cross the line.
Certainly are. So there was 3 cars involved in that one. I think you called it Techstar McCoy, Ryan Phillips. I'm just wondering if Royce Lyon might have been the 3rd car. Yes, it is. So he's the yellow car on the outside. Phillips is the one sort of in the middle. And then, right, just a little bit of a lazy sort of understeer moment through the curb for Techstar McCoy. Made some contact with the number 8 of Ryan Phillips, and I would be safe to say I don't think we'll be seeing that car for the rest of the weekend at this rate. Going to need a little bit more work than just the panel damage.
Yeah, if the steering was damaged, and that would have been repairable, but unfortunately didn't stop before the wall contact was made. Didn't know he had steering damage at that point, and it just turned hard left into the concrete wall. That's the thing, Sandown's such a historic race circuit. You see walls close to the track, which, you know, old school racetracks still have.
No, that's exactly right. Little short break here in Central Commentary, and you can see what's coming your way next. It's the Saloon Cars, one of the best bang for buck and value for money and entertainment value that we've had in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships over the first 3 rounds of the year. I'm sure they're going to deliver some more in a few moments' time. Back shortly.
Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Call it plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Call it plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway for the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Great shot this one. I'm Darren Smith, Dan McCarthy off the back. We can see the cars staged, ready to go. And again, I'm just looking at that garage number 4, right up the back there, where Cadell Ambrose's family are working very, very hard on the 137. They did an engine in that car just last weekend at Phillip Island, so working very hard. Looks like his mum and dad underneath the bonnet, getting the car ready for Cadell, and already had his first run for the weekend. And we'll keep an eye on that car in the XLs right throughout this weekend. Great to see a ever-growing field of Victorian saloon cars. And again, we've got the Sean Jamieson car out of South Australia, the Sedan Hotel entry on pole position for this one. Massive field, 21 cars, 5 of which have come over from South Australia. And of the South Australian entrants, Sam Milton and James Jaschke make up their first appearance in this year's championships. Unfortunately, James did not have a great run in qualifying this morning and ended up only doing a couple of laps before coming to a halt in that session. And we will look forward to seeing him charging up through the field. First time this season in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Blake Harris making his racing debut in the 45 AU Falcon, son of Nash Harris. So talking about numerous second and third generation race drivers. I was talking to Jet Johnson in the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots podcast Trans Am Car QR last weekend, and he was very, very happy to have the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast car in the Trans Ams on the second row of the grid. So there's a third generation racer right there. So good to see. And we've got another one here in the Saloon Cars. So Blake Harris making his debut here in the Saloon Cars. Luca Callan also makes a return after missing a couple of rounds. Good battle in the early model series as well between the EA Falcons, Matt Yeager, which I know some of our commentators will be cheering pretty hard for the EAs here this weekend. Ashley Lee in the VN and Nash Harris also in the VN. Sean Jamison, he's back in the VY Commodore after the running the Falcon in the last round. I guess the Commodores have a better track record here at Sandown, so if you can chop and choose, the Commodores seem to be, with the weight of numbers, having success here at Sandown. Competition is sure to be tough in the Pensioners Cup. To be very nice about it, that's what they call it. I don't call it that. That's what the press release says. The Pensioners Cup. Jeff Harris, Glenn Campbell and Rob Knight. My golly, Jeff Thomas did a ripping job at the last round. Really, really strong performance from the veteran there. There's also a good article in Auto Action about the affordability of this category going back a couple of editions ago. So good to see that. Slim Car Field's growing stronger and stronger. Dan McCarthy, certainly the roaring lion and the FOMO Co and the Australian-built cars. We have them no more, but they live on, don't they, in competition?
Certainly do. Certainly in Saloon Cars. I mean, as you say, we've seen the field grow quite considerably in the last 12 months, and it's really good to see a great field of Saloon Cars from all different eras as well. You know, you look back and you can see a few of the older specification machines. So yeah, it's really good to see good numbers and both Holdens and Fords.
Certainly is. I mean, there's a lot of these cars out there that are still raced. They don't get crashed up anywhere near like they did in the heady days of 40 and 50 cars in the dial before your Dig National Series, where we saw some massive competition. It was always very close competition between the southern cities. They're either from Melbourne, you're either from Adelaide or Perth to be successful in it. And the Western Australians used to traipse over and do a very good job. Here's what is going on. We've got stewards down there checking the fence where that XL went in. Property representatives there, Motorsport Australia. In fact, it looks like the V8 Supercars race director himself, James Taylor, is down there checking out the wall as well. He'd be very interested, being that there's only 7 days before, or not even that, 5 days before Supercars take to the track here as well. So there's some pretty heavy hitters. Matt Belcom there as well. He's the race director of S5000. So massive experience. Damien Johnson there representing the sports sedans, and he was racing at Winton in the Festival of Speed last weekend. We might go to a quick break because that looks like it's going to take a whole lot longer to get fixed up down there as we have the Saloon Cars. In fact, they've all switched their engines off down there in the marshalling area. So thanks for joining in on Blendline TV and, of course, all of our volunteer officials. And there's half a dozen of them working pretty hard to try and decide how we go forward with things down at Turn 3 there. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back hopefully very soon and be able to go racing.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Check. Have you got the check? Check. Play here trackside at round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A massive job already after our first race for the weekend as the XLs created a bit of havoc down at turn 3, hit the wall, and we've had all of the officials down there. We've even had the Supercars race director checking it out because obviously they've got a big race waiting here next weekend. You can just see on the entry there on the right-hand side, on driver's left, there's a new tyre barrier being placed there. So we are set to go racing. Our races for today were all supposed to be 10 laps, but due to that XL incident and the ensuing time wasted getting the wall fixed up, well, it's not actually time wasted. It's a safety aspect of the track, and it's what we actually have to do. So certainly great that we've got the wall fixed up. Great that we've got the saloon cars on track. We've got some South Australians in the mix here this weekend, and Dan McCarthy right alongside me, Darren Smith. We're getting ready to get these cars down onto the grid. It'll be Sean Jamieson on pole and Jacob Prestopino right next to him on the grid.
Yes, yeah, two, a South Australian and a Victorian. It's once again a South Australian and a Victorian on the second row. Daniel Johnson, first of the Fords from position number 3, Victorian, and then alongside him, Scott Dornan, SA in car number 23. Row 3 sees a couple of the title contenders, Adam Lowndes, and alongside him, row number 4, we have David Lyons and Samuel Milton, and row number 5, Blake Harris and Andrew Swain. As we see Mark Sutherland, who comes into this round 3rd in the standings, he's outside the top 10, was in the lane for most of qualifying, so didn't set many laps, missed out a lot of track times, so he starts outside the top 10.
I'm going to say Mark Sutherland in the number 9 is going to be one to watch. Him and Sean Jamieson were the fastest here early on in the year. Mark's obviously got some hard work to do from back in 10th spot there. Behind him will be Luca Callaghan and Glenn Campbell with great experience. Brett Tate, Rob Knight, Jeffy Thomas, Matt Yeager, Ashley Lee and James Jeske from South Australia. Looking forward to seeing where James can push from the rear of the grid after not a good qualifying session this morning. The other one is the beautiful looking Falcon of Daniel Johnson, the number 35, Team Johnson Racing. Looks fantastic on the grid, and the action line marking of Scotty Dornan there as well. Enders Leoncini will be the next one on the grid. Some very nice tribute liveries being done. Some very nice tribute liveries. There's one right there, the number 84, which is Brady Tate, the Victorian. It looks $1 million there. These cars really do clean up very, very nicely indeed. Saloon cars growing in numbers, and there are plenty of them in sheds around the place. And we look forward to each and every round of getting more and more and more of them out on track. Obviously, all categories have swings and roundabouts, and you do have big fields and small fields. This is a great field, and we're looking forward to seeing how 21 saloon cars take to Sandown International Raceway. It'll be over 8 laps, and we'll see how we go. Very, very nice start there. Even start on the front row. In fact, it's the second row of the grid. It's going to be Enders Leoncini that looks to the inside, the outside. And he drives right up past. He's going to draw right alongside Sean Jamieson for turn 1. Daniel Johnson switches the headlights on. He's coming in the Falcon as well to the inside. And he'll probably actually slot into 3rd as 3 Aussie-built cars go side by side into 3. Amazingly enough, Dan McCarthy, 3 come out.
Yeah, it's good to see, and it's going to go too wide into turn number 2 as well. There's a bit of contact, or Prestopino just about keeps it on the road, and Daniel Johnson says, thank you very much, I'll take 2 positions, thank you, up to position number 3. But now he's a bit wide on the exit of turn number 4, or into the wall.
That's the number 9, Mark Sutherland, and that was not a good look at all. The left-hand front wheel was wobbling around a bit there, so very, very willing coming out of turn 4. Yeah,
you said he was one to watch, but unfortunately not for the right reasons there. So we see him plummeting down the order. That's his race done. As we see up the order for position number 3, Prestopino wants that position back and he gets it. So position number 3 has been taken. Daniel Johnson back to P4, but what a wild and exciting start to this saloon car race.
In fact, actually, Daniel Johnson's the one that stayed out of all the melee there. It was Prestopino. And it was also Dornan and Lowndes. Lowndes got very, very close. In fact, the 99 there, Leoncini, got very close to, Prestopino, the number 99, got very close to clouding the wall on the exit of turn 3. We've settled things down a little bit here. The biggest problem is that the number 9 is going backwards. Here we go. Prestipino got up there. Daniel Johnson nearly hit the wall there. Sutherland up and over the ripple strip. And he already had damage because that left-hand front has got no tie rod ends left in it there, so that's why he's crawling back. So sorry about that, Mark. I had you penciled in for a big result out of that one in the number 9. Started out of the 5th row. They've settled at the front of the field now, and there's Mark bringing the car back. Number 46 actually is on it there, so that's not actually Mark Sutherland, is it? 46 is Sam Milton, so sorry about that. We've called the absolute wrong car. That was Sam Milton. So a red Commodore coming through the field, so we'll just try and pick up where Mark Sutherland is.
Just saw into turn number 1, Lowndes also getting Daniel Johnson, so Johnson demoted a further position, first of the Falcon runners, so down to 5th now for Johnson after that. Good start, as you say, stayed out of trouble and got a few positions there, but yes, just dropped a couple of positions in that last sector, and then the first turn on lap number 2. Up front, the front 2 have jumped away. Jamison, 2.2 second margin over Dornan, and he's also got a 3 second margin over the battling pack that was behind. So Prestipino in position number 3 as we see them cars further back come into the final sector of the course, the historic Sandown Raceway, in sunshine conditions, which is great to see.
Certainly, let's hope the sunshine stays with us. But here's Jeffy Thompson in the number 22, the Pensioners Cup. And don't blame me, that's what they call themselves. I'm not being rude, I'm just reading it straight off the press release. Jeffy Thomas coming along strong here in the number 22. In fact, the last couple of rounds, Jeff's had some really good rounds. Good to see him. He's putting the concentrating helmet on and really driving very, very well. Must have had some drives in the Group S stats, and he's got the 260Z recently as well to keep him in nice and fit. Up the inside there and just gets through on Brett Tate. And believe it or not, these guys are fighting it out, and it's for 15 and 16 on the road. And there won't be too big of smiles in the paddock for the rest of the day once these two guys get out of the car.
Yeah, car behind with the iconic green-eyed monster livery that we saw Craig Lowndes race with in the early noughties. In the factory Ford team in supercars. So it's good to see some of those retro liveries make appearances. Here's another nice looking livery, sort of indigenous themed like we saw again in supercars up at Darwin.
This may have been an ex-Darwin supercar of some description. Shell, they've just kept the indigenous round details on there. It looks good. It really is a smart looking. That Aboriginal art really does come up well on race cars. Lock up in front there for car in front of this group, which
O'Callaghan.
Yeah, O'Callaghan. So that's what they're fighting it out for. These guys are just hanging on for a top 10 at the moment. It is Sean Jamison, and he's got himself a handy 4.5 second lead. Here's where the race is at. The 19 and the 35, which is Lowndes and Johnson. And just weighing in on the back of that is Angels Leoncini. Johnson to the inside now, and the Commodore gets a bit squirrely under brakes, has to go up over the ripple strip to avoid any further coming together down there. And Saloon Cars, not a lot of coming together these days. There was a time when it got pretty willing and there was a fair bit of panel damage. Yeah, just watching Prestipino. Is it accelerating away up the hill with a little bit of smoke? Is it tyre rubbing, or is it... Can't see it. It's more the tail shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be tyre smoke from the first lap contact, because he was involved quite heavily in the Robbins racing on lap number 1. So we'll keep a close eye on that as the race unfolds. But at this stage, no major drama. As we see car number 3 of Leoncini, he's caught up to these two while they've been battling on this lap. Oh, Johnson with a big sideways moment. Tank Slapper tried to save it. He did, but he has lost that place to Leoncini. He's trying to take advantage of Lowndes, who had a slight moment in front of him, and he's the one that's made the unforced error first. So now he's fallen down to 6th position with McSwain hot on his heels, a fellow Falcon driver.
Andrew McSwain trying to just flow the car to try and get onto the back of Daniel Johnson, who is the fastest Falcon in the field. There's no doubt about that. And he's letting everybody know that he's now on the comeback trail. Got those bright centre lights on. Plenty of options of lights on the front of your XR6 pack AU. And into turn 1 they go. Field of Commodores in front. Jamison, Dawn and Prestipino. Lowndes, Leoncini and this car, Johnson and McSwain. Callahan, Harris. 2 Harrises in fact. There's Blake and Nash Harris, both Victorians.
Here's a replay of Johnson's moment. Got a lot of curb on the inside. It threw the car wide, threw it sideways, and he had to try and catch it. So, yeah, that's my assessment. That was too much inside curb.
I tell you what, we don't see mistakes from Daniel Johnson very often, but I reckon he'd rather do it when he wasn't under so much threat, and you can probably recover without losing a spot. But these two Commodores in front of him, the R&J Batteries number 3 entry and the 19 of Lowndes, a lock up there. That's not what you want, Leoncini. You can throw it all away and Dan Johnson will be all over you, and well, as long as he doesn't keep going off the back of that ripple strip. So the Falcon gathers it all back up. The yellow and black never look back. Eyes are forward right now, and the number 3 would be feeling the heat. In fact, he'd be feeling it in his retinas if he looks in the mirror, because those lights are blazing very, very hard all over the back of that black Commodore.
Yeah, they seem to have closed up in that last sector, haven't they? Despite the moment again from Daniel Johnson, he's right there, right on the tail, and in the slipstream of Leoncini as we begin lap number 6. Here we go, he's pulling out for a move, Leoncini, and he's sending it. He's in deep, that's for sure. He's pulled it up nicely. They'll be side by side still, though, as they head towards turn number 2. Lowndes will have the inside. If Leoncini can stay around the outside, he'll have the inside for turn number 3, but he decides better of it, follows suit, and they remain the way it is. Here comes Daniel Johnson, though, with the exit out of turn 3, but also unable to make the move as they head down the back straight once more.
I do like the way the Falcon driver there, Johnson, is putting his car left and right, just letting him know I've got the high beams on for a reason, and letting him know that he's ready for it here. This is down through the field. This is now, where are we looking here?
Richard Knight.
Down into the teens here. So it's Knight and Jeske fighting back very hard. The South Australian coming off the back of the grid now up to 14th. So good to see the 73 of Lee, and then the 91 there of Jeske, the white car.
Jeske was another one that had an incident in qualifying. He contributed to one of the red flags, so yeah, that meant that the session was cut short in the end. There was a good 4 or 5 minutes at the end with red flags recovering that car, so they didn't go back out. So he's recovering from the back of the field, so certainly made up a handful of positions early in this race. So that's good progress, that's for sure.
Lap 6 of 8. Our race leader Jamison now has got across the line. Still 2 to go in this 9-lap journey. There's Jeske, nice looking car, clean lines, just the mandatory Bridgestone tyre support sticker over the front guard, a number, and a very, very clean car to plaster your business all over the side of it, whatever that may be, Dan McCarthy.
Absolutely, yes. Oh, here we are back to the battle for position number 3. So they're both going through. Oh, Leoncini having to take to the grass there in this fierce battle for position. So we didn't see quite what made that occur, but we certainly saw the end of that going towards turn number 2. So the order now is, as we look, it's Jamison up front. He leads now by a massive 10 seconds. Despite only 6 laps occurring, he's pulled out a 10-second margin from Dornan. Prestopino, we did see that smoke earlier on, but he's holding station a good 3.5 seconds behind Dornan in position number 3. As we head down to Dandenong Road for the penultimate time, it's Lowndes from Johnson in the battle for position number 4. And again, Daniel Johnson, he knows he needs to get a good run out of there to have a go into turn number 1, get a good run out of this chicane as well, which he's closing under brace, but he's just losing so much time there each lap.
Yeah, the impetus is getting lost in his attack when he goes off the back of the ripple strip there, because the Pro Build Commodore of Lowndes can get the power down, and just Pro Plum Commodore, and you can get to see it. Here's the run down in with Leoncini and Lowndes, and Johnson just in the background there. He's like Jaws, isn't he? He's just circling around the back of these two, and then in fact that battle's over because Leoncini's disappeared off the back of them.
So that was what created that move last lap where Leoncini was trying to get Lowndes at turn 1, and in the end taking the route across the grass at turn number 2, fell behind both of them. So here we are, this is the battle now, it's between these two for 4th position. We see Leoncini has certainly dropped off in the last lap, as up front Jamison continues to extend that leading margin now to 13.2 seconds, I've said, in the fastest lap on the last lap, as we see on the back straight. This is the battle, position number 4.
Let's listen to those Bridgestones protesting as we go to our race leader. He is coming up to for the checkered flag. He's at the ready, and it falls for our race winner. Sean Jamison takes victory in race 1 for the Saloon Cars Victoria competition. And just watching now who's going to bring it in for the next cars on the road.
So Johnson got it right around Dandenong Road, and that's forced Lowndes to be defensive into this final sequence for the first time. But it doesn't look like he's quite got the run out of the final corner, although I think Lowndes might have missed a gear there. He's drawn alongside. I think he pipped him. Let's have a look at the timing. He did. He pipped him by 200ths of a second. No, sorry, 2,000ths of a second at the line. Incredible. So just a missed gear, I reckon that was, affecting him out the final corner, and Lowndes pips him at the post.
Scott Dornan came home in second, then Preston Pino, Adam Lowndes, Daniel Johnson and Angels Lancini were the closest finish that we're probably likely to see this weekend. Famous last words probably on that one. McSwain, O'Callaghan, then it is Blake Harris, and then we go to Nash Harris. So Harris is line astern in 9th and 10th. Campbell and Jeske. No, in fact, we've got Jeffy Thomas coming to the line. No, yeah, it'll be Campbell, Jeske. Then it'll be Thomas, who's gone up a spot overnight. So Robert Knight has lost a spot to Jeffy Thomas on the last lap. Lee, Tate and Jagger rounds out our finishes for the first race for the weekend for the Saloon Cars here at round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Lyons, Milton and Sutherland not getting a lap down in this race. So there was some carnage down at turn 3, and bits and pieces of coming together through that early stanzas of that race. So Saloon Cars done and dusted. Next category up on track will be the Vic V8s. Looking forward to seeing the Vic V8s on the State Series, their first ever standalone run. And as it suggests, it's a whole lot of V8s, and they run under the banner of being Victorians. And every single one of them do. I like a category that is self-explanatory, Dan McCarthy.
Indeed, yes. So, as you say, they're out next, so looking forward to that.
I can see, I've got a sense of excitement around you at the moment. You're looking forward to the Vic V8s, aren't you?
I am. It's certainly something new, as we say. So, yeah, this should be a good one. Good to see a different category out there under the Vic State Race Series banner.
Yeah, and what we need is more Ford versus Holden competition, because that's slowly but surely going to die out, because you look on the roads now and all you used to see was Falcons and Commodores, and you don't see too many of them anymore, do you?
I mean, supercars, you look at top tier next year, going to be Camaro versus Mustang.
And what's that? Come on, what is that? That's GT3, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. We're going to take a break here, trackside, and we'll be back with the big V8s, where Dan McCarthy is absolutely going to unleash his excitement on the airways. You've joined us here trackside at Sandown International, or indeed on Blendline TV for the live streaming. Join us on our Facebook page and enjoy the racing for the day. We'll be back in a few moments. Vic V8's front and centre.
Welcome back to the Vic State coverage here this Saturday afternoon under glorious blue skies, although the clouds are beginning to come over, so hopefully that rain stays away this afternoon. But yes, looking forward to this one. Vic V8s, as I say, something a bit different. 8 laps, their first encounter of the weekend. Good variety of different vehicles, all with V8 motors. You can see the big Falcon a bit further back. So yeah, Commodores, Falcons from all different eras, 70s up to noughties. So yes, alongside me, my former Auto Action colleague Heath McAlpine. We've shared the Auto Action office a few times, but never the commentary box. So good to have you, Heath.
Thanks, Dan. It's good to have these Vic V8s. They're as you said, there's a lot of mixture in there. There's some VT Commodores. There's a Ford Mustang down there as well. Some big wide-bodied Group C style XE Falcons. So it should be exciting. We've seen them as part of the sports sedan field before, but as we've been mentioning throughout the coverage so far, it's their their debut as a solo category.
Yeah, it's really good to see, really good to see. And such a big field as well for a first-time category. You sometimes see 8 cars come in and they progress, steadily grow, but, good numbers straight away. Yeah,
they've been doing a lot of stuff at Winton rounds, so separate to the Vic State, and they've built quite a bit of a following there. They're also the field's very well turned out too. Like the presentation of some of these cars is quite good.
As we look at the grid then, as they come around the final sequence corners, we look to the grid. So we have a couple of Holdens on the front row, Lynch and Finn. On the second row of the grid, Kikauri and Argento. And then we have Hender and Ratcliffe, Shivers and Eddie. And that rounds out the top 8 as we see them come around the final corner. Gridding up for, as I say, the first race of their weekend and indeed series. So this is all new for us. We're looking forward to this one as we see the 2 HRT liveried machines roll up. But further back we see car number 48, as you say, the big Falcon lining up as well. Similar to what you'd see in Touring Car Masters back in the day.
Yeah, or even if in the late 70s. Touring car racing in the late 70s. I'm pretty sure that Mentone, the Mentone signage on the side is very much old school inspired by the 70s.
And here we are, an onboard camera from Budge, car number 8. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as we go throughout the race. But there we are. That's what it looks like from the grid. Here we go, we're getting ready for a start. The first race of their weekend. Lights on for Lynch, 5-second boards out. We're looking at the lights. And away we go. Finn with the better start. It was Lynch with the initial launch, but he bogged down, so Finn gets there as we see them head towards... Oh, big crash! It's the Falcon over the top of the barrier on the inside of pit lane. Not quite sure what caused that, but we've gone straight to red flag. That was a big crash. 2 wheels up and over the fence there, lucky not to roll. So medical team fortunately straight on there. Hopefully he is okay. We were just talking about that machine, so not quite sure what happened. There might have been a slow car in front, similar to what we saw at the Bend last couple of weekends ago, where Tom Randall stalled on the grid, and there might have been some contact. I'm sure Blendline will supply us with the replay of that one.
I totally missed that. I was too entranced by the front row, thinking it was back in 1998 V8 supercars with the 2 HRT style races. We've got the replay.
Oh, our TV's just broken up at the crucial time. So we believe you can see the replay, but currently we can't. Our TV has just gone down. So yes, that's a bit of a shame, a bit of a disappointing way to start. There we are. We've just come back to pictures and the replay's finished. That's great technology timing for you, isn't it?
Great timing.
Yes. Yeah, as Steve DeFries says, there was some great avoiding action from the cars behind. There could have been some more cars involved in that one. So yeah, just him as at the moment anyway. But yeah, we in the commentary box anyway need to see a proper replay of that.
Well, just catching the end of it, it did get pretty high. Like, watching the 2 front guys go away, the back of that Falcon got very, very high off the ground.
It certainly did, and rode up along the top of the Armco barrier, and I can see a little bit of damage to it. So unfortunately, I'm foreseeing that we might need another delay in proceedings this afternoon. We'd already had a crash in XLs. Here's another replay, right? So let's see the back view this time. We had the front view before, so this is the back view. So 5-second board was out. And away we go. So what happens here then? I think it's just a case of not enough room.
He gets on the
brakes. No, just lets go. Loses the rear end. Great avoiding action. Really good avoiding action. Yeah, just lost the rear all by himself. Slid into the wall.
Put the power on, and it just didn't want to sit straight.
No,
so
no, it didn't grip up. went sideways. Here's the replay from the front once again. The reason why we're under the delay. So we see the Falcon just sit out, but yeah, no contact, just loses grip and into the Armco barrier. Great avoiding action from those behind. But yeah, I can see a bit of a delay, unfortunately, in incoming minutes for barrier repairs.
Yeah, it was sort of funny, wasn't it? It sort of got held up by the Commodore in front, and then that seemed to get on power, and then the Falcon tried to do the same, tried to get on the power, and then the rear just squiggled away, and away we went.
Yeah, certainly a lot of power in that machine, despite its age. Yeah, there's a lot of power under that beast. So here we are, Sandown under a bit darker skies now. The rain may be coming, 70% chance before 4 o'clock. So let's keep an eye on that as we see the recovery team sweeping into action. So hopefully that can be quite swift, but let's wait and see. In the meantime, we'll go to a bit of a break while the recovery process takes place.
Welcome back, trackside here to say we've had a torrid start to racing this afternoon at round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships would be an understatement. First race called short. Well, it didn't, ran 9 laps, and we had to do a massive fence rebuild. Race 2, the Saloon Cars, well done to them. They got all the way through their race. And Vic V8s have had a massive start line shunt, and we have pulled them from the program for today. So we've had some fairly heavy delays. Formula Fords are on track now, and we'll go to the course commentators, Callum Brannigan, and full-time race car driver and legend of the game. No, not me. It'll be Paul Ziddy.
Thank you, Darren Smith, the voice of the VSRS, giving us all a big pump up there. Yes, this is round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series here at the historic Sandown International Raceway. As Darren said, my name is Callum Brannigan. I'm joined alongside by Paul Ziddy, who is fresh out of the back. He stepped into his Spectrum last weekend in Sydney Motorsport Park for the Australian National Formula Ford Series. Paul, welcome.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be here in the commentary booth with you, Callum, and fantastic to see the sun shining, although rain threatening here at Sandown, which could make for an interesting time for the young men and women out there taking to the field in Formula Ford.
Yeah, you can see on our pictures there provided by Blendline TV, live and free in HD, wherever you're watching from on YouTube or on Facebook as well. You can see the inclement weather is indeed on the horizon. So it was predicted to be an abhorrent day in weather terms today. So far, it's been absolutely beautiful. In fact, even to the point of, I think I've gotten a little bit sunburnt standing out in the open, Paul. So definitely be thinking about putting on sunscreen if the weather is just as good tomorrow morning. But we do have a healthy field of Formula Fords making their way out of the dummy grid and warming up their Yokohama Control AO48 tyres, the semi-slick tyres. So even if it does start to rain, these cars do not need to duck into the pit lane for a tyre change. But on pole position, we've got the young Victorian, Matthew Hillier, starting from pole position in the number 4 car. He's alongside Jake Santalucia, fellow Victorian, in the number 19 car, sharing the front row with him. Edison Beswick from New South Wales starting out of 3rd position alongside Cole Evans in 4th position. Joe Fawcett in 5th position in that number 23 Spectrum alongside Connor Summers in 6th position.
Yep, and we've got Kobe Williams rounding out in 7th, driving with Altitech Motorsport, followed by Jordan Sinney, also Victorian. Harrison Sellers from Tasmania, his first appearance here at Sandown Raceway and in his new car. And Bailey Collins rounding out your 10 as the cars have taken the grid, and we're just looking for the green flag to be waved at the back, which we've got. So we have cars are in the starters' hands. We're waiting for the 5-second board, which they'll get very shortly, I should imagine. Just watching now. There's the green flag being waved at the back. 5-second board. The revs come up. Red light is on. And we are racing. And a good start by the number 19 of Jake Santalucia. Field's gotten away cleanly as they head down. Long run to turn 1 here at Sandown Raceway. So carrying quite a bit of speed into turn 1. Hopefully the field will all give each other a bit of racing room, bit of respect, and they'll make it through there cleanly.
Look at that, Jake Santalucia around the outside in the focus on furniture and bedding. Number 19, Miguel. He's got the inside line going into turn 2, and that looks like Kyle Evans, who's got the measure of the pole sitter from Matthew Hillier. So he takes away position 2. Up the inside there, Jordan Sinney. He has jumped up into position 8. He's currently the series or the championship leader in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship in the Dirty Diggers XL Building Services Spectrum 014. He's just ahead of Matthew Hillier in the championship standings, but you can see coming up the back straight, the number 32 car having a look around the outside. That's actually Edison Beswick, so I should stand to be corrected. That was him with a flying start in this race, and it is Hillier back onto the gearbox of Jake Santalucia. So they're definitely out there and racing hard. Obviously, they've got dark clouds on the horizon as they're making their way through turns 11 and 12 for the first time. Beautiful racing, though, for the Victorian Formula Ford Championship in race 1.
And always great racing for Formula Ford here at Sandown. The drafting here that we talk about in these cars is really brought to the fore here. particularly up the back straight. It is uphill and in fact the fastest part of the circuit for these cars. So incredibly important that they get a good run out of turn 4. Pertec corner as we see the signage now, NGK as it was known back in the day. And that's going to see the drafting battles there. You watch the cars go up there, it looks like the car that's second or third in the train has nitrous. The draft just punching a big hole in the air for them and letting the 100 kilowatts of the Duratec engine really propel them forward.
And you really do need to get those Duratecs unwound. They've only got about 135 to 138 horsepower, depending on what sort of age that car is running when you're putting it onto the dyno. Engines have been a bit of a hot topic in Formula Ford racing so far this year. There's been a lot of tired old engines getting some much-needed rebuilds in the lead-up to this event. One such entrant would be Jack Clifford in the number 61 Miguel. He's definitely benefited from an engine rebuild between the last round and this one. You've got Joe Fawcett around the outside in the number 23 Spectrum on screen right now. He's up against Connor Summers in the number 71 Miguel as they're coming across the line there. Connor Summers, he's a familiar face around Sandown International Raceway in that Miguel, having an outstanding start to his season last year. This year got underway with a bit of a hiccup as he looks up the inside of Fawcett, and he'll take that position away nice and cleanly. But Summers...
There's that drafting battle, and that's opened up the door for Kyle Evans to have a look as well, but Joe's got the inside run for turn 2 and will hold that. And here we come into that. Oh, there's been a little bit of contact between Bailey Collins and Kyle Evans there, but it looks like no harm, no foul. They're both having that run. That will have compromised both of their exits, so you'll expect to see that the chasing pack will now get a run on them. And these brilliant pictures from Blendline TV show graphically what that tow is worth.
And you can see Matthew Holmes, he's in the number 41 car, the Ultratec black and green Spectrum. He is a paediatrician up from Tasmania. He's committed to a full season in the Victorian Championship. Look at all the pickup and all the crap that's being picked up by the tyres as they're going into turn 9 there. So it's definitely dirty off the line at the moment. But Matthew Holmes, as we alluded to before, he started on the front row at the last round at Phillip Island, and he's certainly pressing ahead this weekend, although he's had a handful of issues. He's saying that the track surface is nowhere near as grippy as it was when we were here for the MG round of round 1 of the VSRS back in February, when it was a lot warmer, obviously. So the condition of the track, the car just isn't quite gelling as well as it has so far in season 2022. So Matthew Holmes planning to press on. Meanwhile, on screen, we've still got the number 32 car of Edison Beswick. So he's dropped behind the number 94 car of Kobe Williams. Also, he's a stablemate and Ultratec entrant sharing data and telemetry with Matthew Holmes this weekend. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, it's Matthew Healy and the Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared Miguel. He looks to have quite a healthy gap over Kyle Evans. Sorry, no, Kobe Williams in P2. Sorry to be mistaken. But it looks like the top 4 have definitely left Joe Fawcett behind in the battle for P5. We can see on screen right now.
Yeah, and again, you see that at these drafting circuits where you've got the drivers get into a battle pack and then start to actually hold each other up. And we've got a car going slowly coming back on the field. Looks like Connor Summers has come to some grief. I saw him run very, very wide on the exit of Dandy Road corner. Oh, and he's just been collected. Bailey Collins. So Connor was going very, very slowly on the racing line, and unfortunately Bailey was unsighted and has just driven into the back of him, which is unfortunate for both of those young drivers. We have the yellows out. Will they continue to let them race under yellow flags there, or will this perhaps elicit a safety car? With 1 lap to go, they may just cover that with localised yellows. I was just, giving them a bit of a wrap. That's very unfair. We've got a replay happening here, and you can see that as he just brakes to go in, Bailey's got nowhere to go with that speed and couldn't go left because he had a car there. Very unfortunate for both of them.
So this battle's getting a little bit closer between Kobe Williams and Matthew Hillier at the head of the field, and we're just being told that the checkered flag is being readied for this field. So if Williams has got any chance of taking away this lead, it's certainly going to be hampered by the fact that there's yellow flags as they're coming onto the main straight through turn 12. Double waved yellows to be exact.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
just takes away that really good passing opportunity. and he's had the run, but nothing he could do with it. So he'll just take that checkered flag. Good driving by those three guys at the front. A very, very good drive. And the field coming through, and we should be able to pick up. We've neglected to mention the fantastic field in a Formula Ford 1600, the Kent cars. And we've got Richard Davison in the car that his sons Alex and Will raced back in the day, has been restored and looks an absolute treat. And here it comes to take the checkered flag, a win for Richard. And you've got Brendan Jones in the number 1 VHT Spectrum in second place.
That was a great battle between the Brendan Jones car and James Meaden in that older modelled RF86 Van Diemen, and that was Jordan Michaels in the number 20 McGale tagging on the back of that battle as well. So that was a great way to finish. Just touching on that point about Richard Davison in the wins, the Van Diemen that's been liveried to look like Alex Davison's car from the 1998 season. So it's beautiful, fantastic to see that legacy, the Davison name racing on in Australian motorsport, more specifically in Formula Ford. So on screen now, you can see to the right and towards the back of the screen, you've got the Connor Summers car, and then Bailey Collins parked up on the right-hand side, just a little bit further down the main straight. So this shouldn't take too long for the volunteer officials to get this cleaned up. We can't thank them enough for all of their efforts this weekend. They've been sweltering out there so far, all corners of the track so far today, especially with that sun blaring down on them. It's getting a little bit sweaty. It's a little bit hot out there at the moment, but as we can see, the inclement weather is definitely rolling in, and they'll be standing out there working super hard, rain, hail or shine. So we have to say a big thank you to all the volunteer officials. And yeah, on screen there, it's the number 71 car of Connor Summers. Hopefully they can get that car turned around, back up and running for race 2, which is coming up tomorrow morning.
Yep, and a really good point you make there too, Callum. The Motorsport Australia officials and this round of VSCRC, Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, is being proudly promoted by the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Again, the entire race committee, all volunteers, thousands and thousands of person hours that go into making these events happen, and the recovery crews do an outstanding job. You'll see how quickly they clean this up. And here's that replay again. You just see it's unfortunate. Bailey was unsighted, no idea that Connor had an issue, and just didn't expect him to be rolling out at a part of the track where you would be accelerating heavily. So that's just most unfortunate for both of those young men. Hopefully not as much damage as it may look. Hopefully it's superficial and they'll be off and racing, and those ominous clouds dominate the screen as we sign off. And I look forward to joining you, Callum, tomorrow morning to call race 2 of the exciting Formula Ford Championship racing.
Thank you, Paul. Never a dull moment with Paul Ziddy in the commentary box. That was race 1 here at round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series for the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, supported by Speco VHT this weekend. Big thank you to those guys for supporting this entrant on the broadcast. Coming up next are the Porsche 944s for their opening race of the weekend. Darren Smith will be stepping back behind the microphone alongside Jack Atley.
We've always had a few cars. They're all...
Get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't got mind, 'cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Every now and again we get an opportunity to do a bit of a gratuitous sound grab or picture grab or something like that. At Winton, this bloke here, pretty clever bloke I'm just about to call a race with for his first time, probably better known as the James Hunt of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. He made a comment, he took a screenshot off the BLTV coverage and it was featuring this T-shirt, but in white. Just happens to be a company, an organisation he's working very, very closely with. In fact, they sponsored the 944s along with a list of other sponsors, and it's really good to have Jack Atlee along here representing the Pit Lane Clothing Company and making me look really good apart from these dark glasses, which happen to be prescription glasses. Jack, welcome along, and you have involved, you've been racing cars, quite some time. Formula Ford, got involved with the 944s and a brand that you're working close with, the Pit Lane Clothing Company, has thrown their weight behind the 944s, which is fantastic. But just tell us a little bit something about Jack Atlee and how you got involved. Formula Ford back in the 2015 sort of era and moving into Porsches.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. It's absolutely fantastic to be here at Sandown, an iconic track in Melbourne. Very much looking forward to it. So, look, Pit Lane Clothing is one of my key sponsors, and they've been a fantastic brand. They're an Australian fashion brand, so the slogan, I guess, if you like, is it's fashion for anyone with a racer's spirit. So they've got a great range of products. They've got T-shirts and watches and bags, and they're really getting behind the sponsorship of the 944 category. So, yeah, very much looking forward to getting into this one. Should be an absolute cracker.
Well, it's kind of fitting that the James Hunt of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships is involved with the clothing brand, isn't it? James was obviously more aligned with the Durries and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But certainly, it's great to have you on board as we start to lose pictures on our live stream in the commentary booth here. But the 944s start to head out on track. So there's our gratuitous social media. We're going to get back to doing the job at hand here, Jack. Thanks for coming along and lending us your expertise. And you've had I'd say only a short stay so far with 944s, but your involvement with motorsport is massive. So cars are heading out onto the track and onto the grid. Let's have a quick look at them. Well, no surprises here, and your jacket has it on it. Bella Motorsport, Cameron Bella on pole position there with a 124.5.
Absolutely, no real surprises at the moment there, Daz. Look, the usual suspects are up the front, but I can tell you there's going to be an absolute number of really key battles right throughout this whole race. You've got some young guns in there, like Carter Fox, young guys come into the category at the moment. He's really quick, but he's been a little bit erratic, so he's got to keep an eye on that one. And I'll tell you, I can give you a little bit of inside information, a bit of a secret, if you like, for want of a better term, is that we've had some testing in the last few weeks in the off-season. Mark Verdino came out and had a really great test session, put himself at a 126 here at Sandown. Now, not long ago, that would have put him the top 3 or 4 in the grid. The times have really gone through the roof at the moment. So you've got the mid-pack, which is so tight with the likes of Jackman, Keith Mariner in there. The Westaway's always around. Timmy Wolf's over from Western Australia. And, yeah, of course, you've got the stars. So up the front, you've got Bella, Westaway, and even Adam Brewer, which is now sitting second in the championship, and in fact coming off the round win at Phillip Island last time out.
Well, Jack, you coming into this round, you're not going to go any better than 10th place in the championship. You're currently sitting there in 10th place. You're here in the commentary booth. I'm not going to put you too much on the spot here, but normally when a race driver ends up in the commentary booth, it's around budgets and funding and things like that, isn't it? We're not going to have to colour that picture in too much more, are we?
Look, I'm in contract negotiations. I wouldn't quite put it in the same category as Piastri and Ricciardo, but probably more negotiations with my bank manager, effectively.
Probably more AlphaTauri or something like that.
Maybe they look good, AlphaTauri, exactly.
They do. There's a smart-looking clothing brand right there.
There's another opposition, but I'll tell you what I am looking forward to is this race, absolutely. I can't wait to see these guys go at it.
This is going to be massive. So the grid, it will be Chris Lewis-Williams. Welcome back to State Racing for the number 37. Mark Torbett, 74 on the grid. We always look forward to seeing the black and gold car go well, and his car's looking very, very nice indeed. Right alongside, it'll be Richard Howe, the veteran, Tony Andreevski, Mark Verdino, Tim Wolf, Vlad Kennelly, Michael Westerway. Then we've got Andrew Jackman, Keith Mariner, Carter Fox we've touched on. Manny Metazelma, back from sports car racing in his GT3. Jamie Mitchell, Joey Kellogg, Josh Brisbane, Andy Jones, Andy Tudor, and Peter Doherty round out our field. Great field. Plus 20 cars here in the 944s. Big DOK will be watching on and making sure that the Porsche 944s race well. Westaway gets away nicely in the Ozfield Oils racing car, as does Dickie Howe. The number 3 charging hard there, Tony Westaway. He knows how to do it, and it's the two tail enders, Andy Tudor and Peter Doherty, crowding up the back of the field as the whole field charges down into turn 1. We're colouring the picture in a little bit blind here at the moment as they go tunnelling in there. It will be Cameron Bella that emerges in that very familiar looking aqua coloured car. Let's not get too political or call it teal, but we will call it aqua and we will stick with that. So 66, Tim Wolf has gone into the gravel at turn 1.
That's a shame.
Out of turn 1, and that is indeed a shame. It is not Bella, it is actually Jamie Westaway leading the field up the back, the Ozfield Oils entry. And we have got safety car out on track. So obviously what has occurred at turn 1 is restricting the racing from going. So it'll be Jamie Westaway to lead the first lap.
Probably a classic case there of cold tyres. You're on the Yokohama tyres. These are semi-slick tyres. Of course, we might have some weather coming in, but you really want to warm these tyres up on the warm-up lap. And if you go into turn 1 with cold tyres, you're probably susceptible to sliding. And they've got great grip when they warm up, without a doubt. But if you go in there with a lot of other cars around you, all on cold tyres, you really open yourself up for some options.
So, yeah, it is interesting. The Yokohama tyre is run with 4 different categories here today. It's run with open wheels with Formula Ford, a different construction, but improved production. The BMW E30s and the 944s all run this Yokohama Targa type of tyre. And it's interesting you throw it into the weather, because when the weather comes, you've got a choice of tyres. The same ones that are on the car will do the job.
Exactly right. Look, they're a medium compound tyre. They actually give more grip than you think initially. When you get out there and really start pushing, you'll find they've got a lot of grip, these Yokohama tyres, but you do need to warm them up initially. And it's a real classic trap, I wouldn't say for young players, because Timmy Wolf is not an inexperienced driver. He's a remarkably established driver, actually. He's over from Western Australia. He's been racing cup cars for a number of years, so he certainly knows his stuff. He's no mug, but look, it can catch out anyone. There's cold tyres, and when you're really trying to make up a lot of positions, which especially you can do here at Sandown, there's not a lot of corners at Sandown, so you really want to take full advantage of these corners that are here. And you know that the fastest and quickest way to make up a lot of spots quickly is turn 1 on lap 1.
Yeah, you've been around motorsport for a long time. Sandown renowned for its 2 long drag strips. So if you're 1 or 2 kilowatts down in a one-make series like this, you found out, aren't you? Pretty much first lap in qualifying. Someone who's got 1 or 2 kilowatts more than you just drives away with it.
Absolutely, bang on the mark. Look, I often say it's a bit like a pool table, this place, really. It's got 2 big long straights and 4 pockets. Now, the problem with this car, or not the problem with this car, but the real challenge with driving the 944 is they don't have a big V8 engine in the front, so you can't power out of the corners, but they don't have the lightness of, say, a Formula Ford car, where again you can go in hard on the nose and flick it out of the corner. These are very, very well balanced cars, so you need to be evenly flowing the car the whole way around the track. On a circuit like this, which doesn't have a lot of corners but does have 2 huge long straights, you really want to take advantage in these corners, and that's what the likes of the really good guys, the Westerways and the Bellas and Brewers, that's what they do so well. And I can tell you, I've sat next to Cameron Bella in data sessions many a time, and I've been flabbergasted at how this guy is making up so much time. But what he does really well, and what Jamie Westaway and these sort of champions do really well, is they maximise the mid-corner speed and they keep the car flowing constantly. As I said, it's a bit of a strange comment when you're at a track which doesn't have a lot of corners, but what that actually means is you really need to maximise the corners that are here.
Yeah, so if you get those wrong, that's where the lap time starts to really tell, isn't it? If you're
Without
getting
a
it
doubt.
wrong midfield here. We just had a quick shot of turn 1 where we saw the 66 buried in down there at the time. So interestingly enough, it's a bit of a mid-pack melee around Tim Wolfe, Michael Westerway that got mixed up, and Tim started out of 9, Westerway out of 11.
Yep.
Neither one of those cars have come round to complete the first lap of the race, so that's a real shame. Tim Wolfe has been rapid and will continue to be so. In fact, Tim is sitting in 16th in the championship after only completing in one actual round.
He's a really established driver. He's certainly a very capable driver. In fact, he drives cup cars, I know, in Western Australia, and he's got many years of experience over in Western Australia. Andy Tudor's another great driver that's come over from Western Australia. But the real key thing with this category is it is a one-make category. Everyone's got the same engine, everyone's got the same tyres, so it is so tight in that mid-pack. Half a second here or there can make a massive difference to where you end up. You can be 5th or 15th very quickly.
We've just have you just kicked the power out there by any chance? We've lost all power.
Yep. Still coming round the field, it certainly looks like a few of those cars were involved in that early session. Josh Brisbane's another one, Andy Tudor, Pete Doherty, and Vlad Kennedy's rounding out the field.
So
and
they've dropped on the
Vlad's shown some great pace in testing as well, so it'll be interesting to see if these guys can come back through the field. Certainly those clouds are looking ominous, aren't they?
And I tell you what, when weather starts to look like this, we start to worry about the technology around the commentary booth. And as soon as those clouds started to appear, the technology started to let us go a little bit. So we do apologise for those watching around the track and indeed on the BLTV live streaming. The Poolmaster Bayside 944s. There's that car there, the yellow car. It was absolutely buried like it was down the beach on Nippers Day Sunday morning training.
Cottesloe Beach, I think that's where Timmy Wolf's from. But he's caught up there with Andy Jones as well. One of our expats. In fact, I think it is Andy Jones's birthday today too, to be honest.
Happy birthday to Andy Jones.
Bit of a secret there. I'm pretty sure it is Andy Jones. I think it is Andy Jones's birthday today. So, but certainly probably not the best birthday present he could have hoped for there. He's been caught up in the classic Sandown Turn 1 cold tyre melee. Easy to do, I can tell you. We've all been there, and as soon as you go in those gravel traps, they certainly stop the car very quickly. So the marshals are on the scene, and again, I'd reiterate that they do a fantastic job, these marshals. They're amazing. I've been on the end of a couple of them at times, and they're certainly
well, you
do a
are
great
James
job.
Hunt, so you'd have to be on.
Well,
that's being on the job, isn't it, James?
I can tell you.
They do a brilliant job, don't they? They
do.
really do a fantastic job. It's hard work, and we're seeing locally here, there's actually lightning just out over the back of Springvale at the moment. And although it is still dry here, I reckon we're going to get a little bit wet here at the moment. Let's have a look at how the Porsche 944 Challenge, presented this season by Porsche Cars Australia, Advanced Fitness, 888 Home Loans, Seat Time Race Simulator Solutions, AVI Technology, Smith's TMP, and don't forget the opening shots of this stanza of today, the Pit Lane Clothing Company. Make sure you get onto all of their stuff. And of course, Poolmaster Bayside bringing us this round. James Westerway is leading the championship on 276, and for the first time in some time, except for last year, so I'll backdate that because Jamie won the championship last year.
Yep.
Adam Brewer on 252, and you'd have to say Adam's pedalling pretty hard there as well. Cameron Bella is on 250, so he is also pedalling pretty hard. He's, that's a lot of points to be behind there. Mark Torberts, I got to hand it to Mark. He works exceptionally hard behind the scenes. It looks like we're about to get back underway here with this particular race. No, we're continuing on. Yellow flag still waving at the start-finish lane. So let's hope we've got one more lap. Really, that becomes a club sprint with only 3 laps to go at that stage. So there'll be a lot of people that have worked their way through what is the Porsche pyramid. We may as well touch on that while we're
Absolutely.
under safety car as well. I will finish the point on Mark Torbitts, though. He works very hard to make sure that this category is appears well, has a lot of media. Here we go. Here's actually the replay of turn 1, arriving very, very hot there.
Yo. Yep.
And
Vlad's gone in there fairly hot. Vlad in the red car, Vlad Kennedy. Look, he seems to have really sort of just nudged slightly Timmy Wolf in the yellow car. That's, of course, left him no spot and straight into Andy Jones, which has taken them both out. Looks like they've done a steering arm or something there.
That's way too much toe in on the number 66, that's for sure. There's a guy that stayed out of it. He's been staying out of trouble since the Thunderdome days. The very first Thunderdome race.
I don't know about staying out of trouble. I can tell you, I've been on the receiving end a couple of times. There were a couple of interesting moves from Dickie Howe, but
that's experience, mate. That's what that is.
I tell you what, there's a couple of drivers you know to stay out of the way of. He's probably one of them, but I can tell you he's an absolute legend of the sport.
Isn't he?
And he's still fast, and he's still going around, and he's a sensational man who's still doing really well. But if you look at the top two there's no surprises. In fact, the top three, in fact, with Brewer coming in there. Adams had a fantastic season. In fact, he's coming off the round win at Phillip Island last month, a couple of months ago. So, yeah, look, you've got the usual guys with Westaway and Bella who really are closer than the Kardashian sisters, and they have been for many, many years.
I like that there as well. Great to see also Chris Lewis-Williams back in the fray here this weekend.
Former
proprietor of Tyre Power in Benalla, if you're up in that neck of the woods. Regardless, I reckon he'll make it worth your while to drive from anywhere to come and buy a set of tyres from him at Tyre Power in Benalla. But, yeah, certainly a champion of the past, and there's absolutely nothing holding Chris Lewis-Williams back. Probably just needs to get some more laps under his belt, but it's been a long time, and he's returning to the game, and he's sitting fourth in this race. So when you're good at it, aren't you?
Absolutely. Once you know how to drive these cars, you really become good at it. As I said, he is a former champion. In fact, so you've got 3 champions there in the top 4 cars. And you've got, is it Mark Verdino there already nipping at the heels? And as I mentioned, in testing about a month ago, now Mark hit a 126. That is a very good time. So that's not a big surprise. You've got Westerways up there, Tony Andreski, of course, Andrew Jackman in the Paul Master, Keith Mariner, and then it goes through the field right down to Vlad Kennedy, who's still circulating.
All right, we got to about 8th or 9th or 10th there. I was just about to say Jack Atley, but he's not out there today. He's up there talking about it.
Thanks very much, mate. I think you've been complimentary, giving me 8th or 9th or 10th.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Last lap board is going to be displayed with this. So have a look at this. Have a look at Jamie. He is banking him up. That's it.
Here we go.
I reckon he's back into... He's in second cog and he's gone, grabbing third, and that's it. There is going to be the biggest lead he's going to have for the next lap of Sandown International Motor Raceway. What a brilliant restart there by Jamie Westerway. Reading the game beautifully, putting the car in the gear that he likes to be comfortable with. Slowed them right down so that Gambella couldn't get a run on him. But Brewer is as well. He's doing well. Lewis Williams weighing in on it. There's Howe and Verdino. And the number 9 coming into screen there as well, doing very, very well.
Absolutely.
Oh, and a spin.
Westaway.
2 wheels up in the back, a shot there. And a roll over.
Oh, my. Oh, my goodness.
That is not good. That's the 33 going over. So that is Andy Jones. And that's not good. The 46 in the mix up there as well. Broken wheel. That'll be a red flag. Yes, it is. So that is Mitchell. That has gone up and joined. Sorry, not up. That joined in on that one.
Yep, I can tell you...
James Mitchell.
The cars are strong. So that is one piece of...
Well, some reassuring information,
Reassuring, absolutely. Yeah, you never like to see those cars flip up over the ripple strip on there. It's quite a high ripple strip actually into turn 1, and it can get flipped, but fingers crossed that all is okay, because that looked like a pretty nasty rollover, I've got to say.
So it was the 33 that went over, which was Andy Jones.
So it is Andy Jones.
And we're not getting any shots further out of turn 1, so we've gone to a lockout shot on the back straight as the cars return to the field. Here we are down into Dandenong Road. Well, Jack, that's a real shame. The Pool Master... The Pool Master Bayside 944's return to the paddock, and it is Jamie Westaway that will lead them back. I'm not sure that that amount of racing laps will get us a result there, but we'll catch up with that news. Cam Bella, Adam Brewer, Chris Lewis-Williams, Richard Howe, Mark Verdino, Tony Westaway, Tony Andreevsky, Jackman, Mariner. Actually, interesting, we're missing Mark Torbert's there as well. He's dropped back down into 15th amongst all of that. So cars make their way back into the pit and paddock, their area, and we are having an absolute torrid start to round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Yep, there's Mark Torbert's coming in. Big thanks to Poolmaster Bayside for the support of the category and all the other supporters. The Porsche Cars Australia, we're going to touch on the Porsche pyramid with 944s. They have one of the best, if not the best, graduation system within the brand. It's a brand. Let's not mince words here. They're trying to sell cars and things like that. So it is a brand. But the Porsche Car Club, then your 944s, then your Porsche Michelin GT3 Cup, and then your Paynter-Dixon Carrera Cup Australia, Super Cup, other cups around the world. It really is. And this is Porsche Cars Australia have had acknowledged now for a number of years that 944s is a great way of getting Jack Atlee and all his mates loyal to the brand, isn't it?
Without a shadow of a doubt. And, of course, there's probably no better example than Matty Campbell, of course, at the moment, who is now, in fact, a Porsche Works driver, which is probably the ultimate race car driver title, I guess. I mean, he's living out of Germany. But Matty Campbell, a guy from Queensland, started in the category a number of years ago, built his way up, and now actually got a Porsche Works drive. So, yeah, it's an amazing category. It's got an amazing brand. It's got an amazing history. Porsche cars just really do what you want them to do.
Interestingly enough, just recently on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast, Paul Stokel touched on Matt Campbell. He actually did his CAMS test with Matt Campbell up at Wakefield Park in a Datsun 1200, and he said to his grandpa, his kid's going right to the top. So
I can tell you, I was actually about 5 or 6 years ago, myself personally was involved in a track day with Matty Campbell, who no one really knew what he was. And the two of us were designated fuel guys. So the two of us were driving around the track, filling up the cars with petrol. And I can tell you 5 years later that between the two of us, one has got a Le Mans victory for 24 hours Le Mans, and no prizes for guessing who that guy is.
Well, and then the other one is now known as the James Hunt of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Who would you rather be?
Exactly. Where would you rather be? Porsche Works driver or standing here at the beautiful Sandown?
Sipping gin in the VIP area.
I can tell you what's less stressful. I'm not sure, actually. But, yeah, he's done amazing, Matty, and he's a lovely guy. And
isn't he? I remember when he came on to, as it was known then, the GT3 Cup Challenge in the Class B car and brained the Class A guys, and it was like, whoa, who's this dude?
Yeah, he's a very talented guy. Jackson Evans, another one that's, of course, built his way up through the category in the Porsche class. But Porsche, obviously, globally renowned for making cars that are fantastic with their engineering, their brakes, their steering. They do everything you want them to do.
Jack, you lived the Formula One dream in the media conglomerate there for a while. How far are we away from Porsche announcing an actual Formula One commitment?
I do keep a pretty close eye on that. Look, I mean, by all the reports you hear in the media, they've already done a deal. But you're probably a year or two away. But Porsche and Audi and VW, the brand, of course, I mean, you know, that's they're one of the largest, if not the largest, car manufacturer in the world. How amazing would it be to have a Porsche brand back in Formula One? I mean, just an incredible brand, and of course, they're global icon of a brand. I've got to say, if you ask any motor racing journalist, probably around Australia, in fact, many places around the world, to a man, virtually all of them say, if you said what would be one car you would have on a track for a track day with an unlimited budget, virtually to a man, they all say a Porsche 911 or a Porsche. You know, a GT Cup car. So, look, they're globally renowned. They make amazing vehicles. They do what you want them to do. They steer well. They brake well. They handle well. You know, they're
and the good thing is that they're part of the 944 Challenge scene, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean,
so that's what it is.
You are out there driving a Porsche, and these Porsche, the 944s, were made for Le Mans. So this is going back a few years, but they've still got the engineering behind them. They've still got the braking behind them. They've still got, you know, the balance of these cars, which is really sensational. And you can build your way up. And from here, you've got your 911s, you've got your Cup cars, your GT3 cars. So, yeah, it's an amazing global icon.
Jack, thank you very much for giving us your time here today. Really appreciate it. And wish everyone behind the scenes at Pit Lane Clothing all the very best. Jump online. Check out what you've got. I know you've got a Facebook presence. It's not that hard to type in Pit Lane Clothing and have a look at what you guys are up to in the background there. So thanks heaps for your time, and good luck getting back on track.
Absolute pleasure, Darren. Fantastic to be here.
We'll be back very, very soon once we have had everything cleaned up down there from the Porsche 944 sports cars will be on track for what was going to be 10 laps, probably 6 laps of absolutely blazing glory. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. For the bags, if they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. on your mind, 'cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I'll be on the way. Yeah. You know I'll be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I'll be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Welcome back to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Sandown International Motor Raceway. This is round 4 for the Motorsport Australia VSCRC. I'm your commentator, David Stillwell, and joined alongside by the very capable
Heath McAlpine.
Heath McAlpine, of course, very well-credentialed motoring and motorsport journalist, and we're proud to bring you coverage here on Blendline TV because we love grassroots motorsport, don't we, Heath?
We do. Absolutely.
So looking at the rest of the schedule today, unfortunately, with the inclement weather and a couple of incidents, which of course have been well attended to by the hard-working crew from Team Medical Australia, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, PIARC Recovery, and of course all the hard-working Motorsport Australia officials, including the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. Yep, there's a wave coming from one of the hard-working Team Medical Australia Victor vehicle drivers. Unfortunately, that has condensed the program somewhat. Of course, we are quite sensitive to noise restrictions here at Sandown Motor Raceway. That means we'll need to wrap things up by about 5 o'clock. Otherwise, some of the neighbours will unfortunately start firing awkward messages into council. So the rest of the program today, the 10-lap races will be shortened to 6 o'clock. We'll be running up until 5 o'clock local time. I unfortunately can't do the conversion into UTC for those of you living in Greenwich and not doing English summertime at the moment. But we have coming up for you that most delectable of international delights, sports car racing. Don't let your eyes deceive you, though. This is not another third tier in the Porsche motorsport pyramid. This is Victorian sports cars. Heath, what have we got coming up today?
Well, after the sports cars, we've got improved production, and then Formula Vee follows that, and then the E30s finish the day.
Yes, of course, that'll be the event where I swap my production sports car racing Victoria hat and put my garagistic BMW Drivers' Cup hat on and do a bit of driving standings work and hand over to another commentator in the booth. Looking down the entry list, it is a smorgasbord of Porsches. There are a couple of vehicles tossed in for the sports cars, and we've just got a call coming through in commentary, so I'll hand over to you, Heath.
We've got a variety of Porsche GT3 Cup cars, mainly of the 997 variety. Also, we've got some GT4 Caymans, which is an interesting addition as well, and the Sin as well, which is a very, very fast and quick car, which Ben Schutz is currently leading the series, if I'm not mistaken.
So we've just had a bit of a communication from Race Control. We are thankful for the tireless efforts of all the volunteer officials here at Vic State Race. Unfortunately, due to that rollover, I should just address, there's been a couple of comments in the YouTube stream, should just let you know, the driver was able to extricate themselves from that vehicle. They're in the capable hands of Team Medical Australia. Again, huge thank you to everyone who volunteers their time, energy and availability for all of the grassroots motorsports competitors, making sure we're safe, we're well looked after. And for those of you who are watching on the YouTube stream who haven't made the trip down to Sandown Motor Raceway today, it's one of the best ways to get involved in motor racing because it doesn't require you to go and invest in a car and a truck and a transporter and a crew and tools. You can just rock up, join your local car club. You can start at everything from a car club sprint right up to supercars, which of course is coming here next weekend, Heath.
Absolutely, and I mean it's a great opportunity to watch the action from the closest seat in the house, really, as well, and help your heroes, and it'd be a very rewarding job to do.
Absolutely. And again, it's not just, standing at a flag post waving flags. Of course, huge shout out to all the VFT and flag waving officials out there. We can't go racing without you. But there's a whole host of roles to fill in a motorsport meeting. Right now on screen, we've got a great close-up shot of people from the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad and Team Medical Australia. So these are, in a lot of their daily lives, they're volunteer firefighters or volunteer emergency workers with the SES or the former CFA, now part of VFR. And of course, a lot of most of the personnel in Team Medical Australia are nurses, they're paramedics, they're emergency department or trauma doctors in their day-to-day life, and there's a smattering of motorsport professionals in there as well. But then on their weekends, they bring their job to play with them. They're not getting paid for it, but they're having a great time. Huge fraternities of motorsport officials throughout the country, and it goes across disciplines in the sport. Heath, you've obviously covered, vast swathes of the sport. You can see people pop up at Speedway, you can see them pop up at Rally, see them pop up at Off-Road.
Absolutely.
You can see them pop up in all forms of the sport because so many of the skills are transferable. And a lot of people have got different tastes.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I'd be surprised to, find out if people that have not had a passion for motorsport previously go into and sample this and then all of a sudden have a lifelong passion for the sport following taking up one of these roles.
Well, see, usually the transfer of people from becoming
they go from being competitors and perhaps, the budget's not there or their family circumstances change or it's just they make a transition. We've got a number of volunteer officials who've been competitors in the past. I myself am someone who wears both a volunteer official hat, a commentator hat, and sometimes a competitor hat or a helmet when circumstances permit. But there's also some people that start life as volunteers. They're waving a flag, they're working as a club chief, they've been a volunteer fire marshal or a volunteer medico. And then they actually make the transition the other way. So we've got a doctor that works with us in Team Medical Australia. They got enough of a taste of the sport from doing team medical work that they decided, I'm going to have a bit of that, and now they've bought themselves an XL racing car, so they're going to get a first-hand taste. Although it will be a bit of a change for someone like that because they'll go from being a supplier to being a customer of Team Medical.
So hopefully not too often.
Yeah, but definitely looking at through this entire image. Of course, we've got the Sandown Motor Raceway. Of course, we are positioned around the beautiful surrounds of the Sandown horse racing circuit. And of course, up in the background, we can see our hard-working start line personnel. So the starter, they're the people who control the start of the race. They hold out all the penalty boards. When you've been a little bit naughty, switch to a stop. Again, we'll give a shout out to all the hard-working people in race control. So if you have a look just above that Sandown home of horsepower, to your left or their right is the hard-working timing crew. So from the Melbourne University Car Club, to their left or our right, just above the Penrite signage, that's race control. So you've got the clerk of course, deputy clerk of course, Sandown operations. We've got the flag loop, so the fixed line communications. We've got the sector loop, so the seniors that are on radios. We've got the emergency controller, G'day Jenko, who's of course coordinating the supply, the recovery, the medical and the fireys. And then the next level down, if we wave on screen, there's us to your right, just below the N in Sandown. To our right and to your left, of course, are another couple of the journalistic and commentary brigade. And then the next level down, of course, we've got the stewards. It's like the board of directors of the race, meaning make sure that everything's conducted in accordance with the Motorsport Australia national competition regulations. But it turns out that we've had some communication from race control. There is going to be a bit more of a delay on what's going down at turn 1. And there we are on screen. We're trying to fill in as best we can, folks. Say hi to Daz. Looking great there. And again, just a huge shout out, of course, once again, to all the volunteer officials that help make this happen. We couldn't go racing without you. We will take a short break again, so we're not just filling your ears with nonsense while we wait for the hard-working officials to get that situation sorted out at turn 1, so we can go back to a bit more Victorian State circuit racing.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Now we coming for the bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. get it, you know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Call it plays in the past and a run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Call it plays in the past and a run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. Here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays in the past and a run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Now we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays in the past and a run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this, so all you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to
Welcome back to round 4 of the Motorsport Australia Victorian Sports Cars, of course, as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. Thank you once again to all the hard-working volunteer Motorsport Australia officials who fixed up that 944 challenge incident. We don't have news for you yet, but we understand the driver extricated themselves from the vehicle and walked to the capable hands of the Team Medical Australia volunteer officials. But enough talking about one-make Porsche racing. We're back here for sports cars, which looks suspiciously like Porsche one-make racing.
Yes, Dave, we're back, and it's good to be back. Cars on track. We've got 4 races left to go today of 4 laps. So all the categories will finish off their program just with short.
Yes, we're putting in sprint racing.
yeah, exactly right.
So here we've got a field of predominantly Porsches, but there are a few interlopers in the grid. Now, normally we'd have a Mustang FR500 CS out there with the 1M Stillwell aboard. Unfortunately, that vehicle is still waiting on parts from America. So the lone V8 Brigade, of course, is our pole sitter, Mr. Ben Schutz, driving the Sin R1. Of course, a kit car coming out of Eastern Europe with a Chevy LS3 engine in the back of it. And then, of course, we have an absolute bevy of Porsches further afield. Variety of 991 Series 2s, 991 Series 1s, some 997s. And, of course, as you mentioned before, Heath, a Cayman. And I've got to get this right. It's a GT4 CS MR Cup. I think I got that right.
that's a bit of a mouthful.
So that's Billy Morelli. So he was telling me the story of that. Actually, I think I dropped his license or his logbook back to him towards the latter stages of a night after the Phillip Island round. Of course, that car originally has run lap after lap after lap of the Nürburgring, had a host of famous drivers drive it, and there we see the fire and medical crews peeling off to the left to park up at turn 6. And thanks to the grid on the screens, thanks to our, of course, also hard-working, diligent workers in the Blendline TV van, on the production crew. As we said, Ben Schutz in the number 65, Sin R1. Number 16, Jamie Lovett. Of course, he upgraded from a 997 to a 991 Series 1 Cup car. It's on the second row. Christian Fitzgerald in a 991 Series 2, the big 4-litre banger. He'll be alongside Andy Hall, we see on screen, who brought Panther Racing, the naming rights sponsor for the Victorian Sports Car Race Series this year. A little bit further afield, car 131. Graham Williams, who's upgraded to also a 991 Series 2 Cup car. He's alongside car number 12, Matt Slavin, in the Astute Financial 991 Series 2. We've seen a lot more of those cars filter down, of course, Carrera Cup having changed over to the latest generation 992, Heath.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen Carrera Cup go great guns. They've had nearly 30 cars at every round. And then last weekend, the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge had 30 cars as well at Queensland Raceway.
It's not a bad time to be a Porsche dealer as far as selling Porsche motorsport parts. Get the green flag waving at the rear of the grid. Those hard-working Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria officials clearing the grid. 5-second warning. Listen to that cacophony of flat 6-cylinder engines. And we are racing at Sandown. It's a 4-lap sprint. Yellow flag waving, a slow car away. You've always got to be careful with Porsches. You don't snap a drive shaft. Once again, the Sin, not the fastest thing off the line, but it's the 74 of Christian Fitzgerald who's got the run up the inside, but the Sin very late under brakes into turn 1.
Yeah, using that big V8 power to, not at the start, but gradually towards entering turn 1, it sort of has the edge.
We're treating again. Now, if you've been following Victorian sports car racing, you now know in position 2 and position 3, you've got 2 of the hardest runners, Jamie Lovett and Andrew Hall, who've been delighting us all throughout this season with nose-to-tail battles in their 991s. Christian Fitzgerald demoted down to 4th position. Graham Williams just a little bit further afield, and Travis Knipe, who's also upgraded to a 991 Series 2. Bright green car, you won't see that get away. Of course, some of the other Porsches, a little bit unimaginative in their white liveries, but of course, it does make it easy to buy replacement panels.
Absolutely, and Sven Burkhardt is also out there too. Is he in a GT3R or is he in a Cup car?
He's in a GT3 Cup S, so we'll cut to him when we get a moment, as we say, as the field works their way through Penrite Bridge down into 11 and 12. There is the car in question, car 90. So that's a GT3 Cup S. So that's an FIA GT3 car. It's like a Cup car on steroids. It was based around the 997. They put the bigger engine, the bigger wing, the bigger wheels, the bigger tyres, a bigger bodywork. It's just bigger. It's just better.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure David Wall won a couple of GT championships in one of those, a variant of that car back nearly 10, 15 years ago.
They are the cars that keep on giving. Again, Porsche Motorsport hugely involved in both amateur and professional motorsport in Australia. Again, having that really good logistical support for parts, technical support, service, turning around cars. We've got a number of great organisations that rely on Porsche to keep those cars going. And as you can see, they're the sports car of choice in Victorian sports cars.
Absolutely. Normally there's some Audis and a couple of Lamborghinis as well.
We'll have to give a shout out to Michael Kokonos. He's probably watching us from Greece.
Yep.
The Audi R8 not making it out here. Of course, he was out at Queensland Raceway for the most recent round of Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia. So Travis Knight holding off Sven Burkhardt. So we've got a later generation car with 4-litre engine, defending from an earlier generation car with a 3.8-litre engine. Of course, we'll have to see what's going on with those. So we're just getting word through a drive-through penalty for car 16 and a false start for 97 and 90. Sorry, the car 16 PLP is for a practice start at the start of the beginning. So keep your eye on cars coming through the lane and keep an eye on the results sheet. There'll be some cars with some time penalties. Up the inside goes Andy Hall, but Christian Fitzgerald was awake to that one, goes up the inside at 2, and he'll have the good run down the back straight. So that's a 4-litre car versus a 3.8-litre car. Of course, Andy, hugely experienced with Porsches. Of course, Christian Fitzgerald from Evolve Technique brings quite a wealth of experience with the Porsche brand as well. His father, of course, Peter Fitzgerald, legend in the Porsche circles. And as we say that, yes, we've got a Porsche race unfolding in positions 2, 3, 4 and 5. Ben Schutz does what Ben Schutz does. Puts down the power on those Yokohama slick tyres and sneaks away into the distance.
Absolutely, and he'll have a bigger lead because Lovett will come in for a PLP, unfortunately. But that means the guys that we just saw on TV will be battling for second.
Absolutely. Of course, Sven Boykarts knows he's got to put the pedal to the metal because he's going to have a 5-second penalty. So he'll have a time penalty board displayed at the control line. Actually got the black flag out for car 16. So you can go past that 3 times before you can pit. Of course, this is only a 4-lap race, so I hope someone in pit lane is on the cans to Jamie saying, hey, mate, you've got to come through the lane.
And Burkhardt is having a crack here in his Cup S, and it looks like he'll get the job done going into turn 1.
Of course, this is a bit of an upgrade for Sven. He's previously been running a Le Mans Spec 996 GT3 RSR. Again, this is sports car racing, so it's a plethora of acronyms. And of course, Sven has recently moved on that car, and he's picked up this 997 GT3 Cup S. Of course, this was Porsche's second entry into the FIA GT3 Championship. Of course, after that, they moved on to the GT3Rs when they started shoehorning 4-litre engines into the back of the GT3 Porsche range.
And they've just recently announced an upgrade of that car, which will debut next year all over the world.
Absolutely, the 992 generation GT3R. Of course, it's all smiles in the Sin R1 GT Racing Garage as Ben Schutz takes out the sprint race for the Victorian sports cars. He'll be back tomorrow to try to do the same thing for 40 minutes. Across the line, we'll need to wait for the timing screen to update. It was Jamie Lovett by just over 1/10 of a second from Christian Fitzgerald, although he will have that post-race penalty applied. Travis Knight is going to make it over the line ahead of Matt Slavin, little ahead of Sluger. Sluger, of course, an interesting story. He had the Tony Quinn liveried VIP Pet Foods Cup car. He's recently moved that on. That's now in New South Wales. And, of course, tucked along at the back, we've got Billy Morelli in his GT4 CS. Of course, these are the cars we want to see more of in state sports car racing. Plenty of GT4 cars around the paddock. And I think he may not have realised that the checkered flag was out and he needed to go across the line. So, Billy, a little bit new to some motor racing in Australia, but that was... Give him a round of applause, folks. There we go. That's the first race done for sports cars. Their feature race coming up tomorrow afternoon. A 40-minute mini enduro. Great training ground for drivers who want to take that next step up to semi-professional racing with the aforementioned, as you mentioned, Heath, Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, or even going up to the Carrera Cup outright supporting V8 supercars.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, that's the first of many rapid races we've got to finish off the afternoon. So next is improved production.
Thanks very much, Dave Stillwell and Heath McAlpine. That was a long stint, boys, there for the sports car race to endure, and testament to the fact that Dave Stillwell can breathe through his ear holes and continue to entertain us on the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Improved Production are up next. This is going to be an absolute ripper. These guys come from club-level sprint racing, which is normally 3 or 4 laps. This will be just like going back to their roots for it. Talking about grassroots, the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast. You have a bit to do with that, Heath McAlpine, out of the Network R stables, with Grant Rowley putting that together.
Oh, we've got a number of podcasts available to whoever suited to a number of audiences. I mean, that's just one. There's also the Parked Up podcast, and there's also the Girls on the Track podcast dedicated to women in motorsport.
Certainly, you can jump on whatever your favourite podcast provider and get in touch with the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast or the Parked Up one. I know this week's Parked Up podcast was probably one of the harder hitting ones that the guys have put out. Tony D'Alberto back after a couple of wins in the Honda at TCR at QR was great. And, of course, we've got a number of the Napa Auto Parts Academy races here this weekend that we'll catch up with in that podcast later on this week. So, Improved Production on track will be led by Steve DeVries, and, well, you'll stay right where you are, HMAC, and call this run with Steve. We'll be back after Improved Production.
Thank you, Darren, for the segue, and good afternoon, everybody. Here comes the Improved Production field with thanks to Prestige Hino, Victoria's most awarded Hino dealer. And they've been a very, very generous sponsor for the Improved Production field this year. 4 laps, as you can see on the board, and that just went, just popped down at the bottom of your screen. As Darren alluded to, these cars, Heath, in years gone by, in the swap-over period from the late 90s into the early 2000s, when it was officially known as Club Cars and then became Improved Production, it was a great segue. Club Sprints, and this is what we're about to see. 4 laps of all-out attack. Absolutely, and variety is the spice of life, some would say, and especially in this category, you couldn't get any more variety. I mean, at the front there's obviously Holdens, but there's about 5 different types of Holdens in the top 5 positions, which is, something that we don't really see much anymore in motorsport. No, you're not wrong there. And heading that list of Holdens is the V2 Monaro of Adam Poole, reigning State Series champion, number 1 aboard the windscreen and on the side of the door. And he hasn't had it all his own way this year. He's had a few gremlins. He did miss a round as well at Winton for various reasons. Actually, the most important reason of all was a family affair. But he's back with a vengeance and still within earshot of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship title. At the moment, the man who heads that point score is actually the man who starts alongside him on the front row in Jared Tonks in the number 91. Some new engines have been procured, and actually it's been a 2-year build for the engine in the number 91 machine, and actually went pretty close to his PB here in qualifying earlier this morning. Luke Retchcumbo, a multi-time State Series champion, out of position 3, and you can see there the number 21 of Jared McLeod, actually Peter Dixon's Monaro. That's not going to start proceedings. There is some oil pressure dramas with that car, so they've unfortunately had to pack that one up and go home. But the rest of the top 10, you can see there, Cade Lehman in the Bendigo Door Centre car just on the left of screen. Danny Timewell coming to the pits. He was actually meant to start alongside Lehman.
Yeah, well, I mean, I spoke to Danny earlier this year at the very first Sandown meeting. He's had he had to rebuild his car after that unfortunate accident at SMP for when Improved Production supported the supercars way back last year. And he had a bit of a problem yesterday too, didn't he, Steve?
He absolutely did, yeah. He had the shims on the front corner of that car and the suspension let go and actually ruined one of the tyres and the guard as well. So there's been a bit of a rebuild process to sort that out. Have a look at that on the left-hand side of your screen there. The 2 Mazdas line astern, Dan Vareca and Shane Williams. Got the big thumbs up in the commentary box from Darren Smith over our right and left shoulders respectively, Heath, when he saw those. Good to see the Rotaries representing here at Sandown.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're nearly ready to go. We've got the green flag at the back. We're good to go. Revs are high.
Here we go. Have a look at this for Prestige Huno. 4 laps of all-out attack and a very even start off the front row. Luke Gretschkumbo on the second row did not get away well at all. Left a little bit of wheel tracks there off the P3 starting grid. Now he gathers it up. He's got to defend from Lehman. Have a look at this. Tonks, is he going to send it right around the outside of the number 1 into turn 1? He's hanging there, and he's still there. Not anymore, he's not. He's given up that spot and surrendered it to Adam Poole. Oh, there's some contact in the back. Steve Zorkis and Wayne Twist sort of getting really close together. Not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, they seem to get all entangled. I think it were 3 wide, Vic Villeman in the EA Falcon, who's got the door peeled away from the inside the car. He's got suicide doors going on.
Yeah, there's been a suicide door going on for that car. That looks like it's come ajar, or it's maybe from some contact. I'm not quite sure there. That's a very rare to sort of fail on its own accord. There must be some contact. I noticed that Steve Zorkis in the little red Honda Civic there, the front left tyre's got some pretty significant white marks on it as well. So that'll be probably from where the contact with Wayne Twist was. Here's on a replay. Look at the back of shot here. Oh, Villeman into Twist, into Zorkis. That's what's caused the door on the number 71 All-Form Falcon to come ajar.
Gee, it's amazing how they actually got away with that, with the limited damage that they got.
Extremely. I think Steve Zorkis is the lucky one, and that to only get a little bit of tyre rubbing and have that white mark sort of going around the band where it would normally say Yokohama on it. And actually, there he is at back of shot.
They're still battling.
They're still battling. I think Zorkis might just be a little bit insecure about what's happened there. What it has done is it's given the under 2 litre class lead to that little car on screen there, the little silver machine of Matt Harris, who's visiting from New South Wales.
Yeah, that car looks very, very good. That's the Civic, and they're still going at it. Twisters ran wide in turn 1, giving Zorkis a good opportunity to sweep around the outside. Jeez, taking it very ginger, aren't they,
actually,
Steve?
that damage on Zorkis' car is a bit worse than what I thought. Now I could actually have a good look at it. Front left fender's got a big dent in it. So too does the passenger side door. So I can understand why Stevie Zorkis is a little bit unsure about what he's got underneath him right now.
And that car is very familiar to many people. If you've been on YouTube and and type in Jordan Cox, you'll see that Civic doing amazing things at Mount Panorama Bathurst some years ago, supporting the Bathurst 12 Hour. Now Jordan is running in the Super Cheap Auto TCR Australia Series, which Gary Rogers Motorsport in the SwiftX Peugeot. But at the moment, Twist seems to have gotten rid of most of the Civic attack at the moment.
Yes, for the moment he has, until he just sort of feels himself back into thing here. There's a big witness mark there, obviously, on the door and the sill of the Wayne Twist number 19 BMW, as that would have been from the Falcon when it hit. I was about to say, I was looking at Paul Javots there as well. We had him on screen for a few moments, and he's obviously fighting for a club under 2 litre victory this year in the club championship with Steve Zorkis, and that little bit of damage was sort of keeping him in touch. Now that Steve sort of felt what car he's got underneath him, he's actually been able to just stretch clear for about another second or two. Back to the front though, it's no love lost between these two, already on the 3rd lap of 4, so all to play for here. Tonks harassing the back of Adam Poole, and behind them, Luke Gretschkumbo is a distant 3rd at the moment in the GC Electrical Senator.
And Tonks set the fastest lap last time around, but he's definitely closed. It said 0.8 of a second, but I'm sure it's not that now.
No, visually definitely not. It's actually half that, 0.37 of a second. Now, we know Poole's very, very good under brakes, so I dare say he will be able to cover off the advances of Jared Tonks into places like we just went through, turn 1. And then the other spot obviously heading down toward Dandenong Road. So if anything is going to happen with the change positions here, it's going to be from getting a mistake or capitalising on a mistake from the car in front. You can see Poole took a slightly defensive approach to turn 4, and they've actually got a slow car up the back there, the Michael Sinclair in the XL and Brad Ross. Now they're on the racing line for what is turn 6, so this is going to be a little bit awkward. They've had to take a narrow approach.
Yeah, the lap cars have come at a very awkward time, especially that XL, but they've negotiated Mike Sinclair in the Burson garage entry perfectly, and they'll come up and come up to the final two corners.
Yep, so they've done that fairly well. Here we go, Tonks, last minute look and a half lunge at the inside there at turn 11, but Poole was far enough ahead to hold position, and he's going to get the chocky bickies in this short, sharp affair. Tonks has to be content with second, so Poole first, Tonks second, and then Luke Rich-Cumbo.
He left the circuit.
I was about to say, as he lit that one up, that's smoking an awful amount coming across the line. Did something let go on car 25 within sight of the finish line? It's a bit rare to see it come off the track and then back onto the circuit smoking like that.
Twister's still going, by the way, as well, and it looks like he's got a bit of more camber than he had set up on that car.
I think so, especially on the on the right front. I think is where it's borne most of that sort of damage. But you'll patch that up for tomorrow and be back out, chased home all the way by Paul Javots and by Ricky Hogan in the Commodore behind. I can see right there on the left-hand shot, just behind the timing tree, that car of Luke Rich-Cumbo does not look in a very healthy state.
He's having the worst luck.
Oh, and that's Dan Vareca, and apparently we're being told that was a couple of laps ago. That was on lap 2. That appears to be. That's on the inside of turn 7 and 8, is it? It looks like
right where the old circuit used to be.
Oh yeah, right on the outside of turn sort of 7 and 8. So he's gone off probably at 7, and you can see the tracks through the muddy infield there, and he's come to rest rear end against the backside of the safety barriers there at turn 8. Wow, what an interesting race that was. A bit of attrition in that one. There was some bit of contact and some great racing up the front, but some walking wounded after that one.
And it was only 4 laps.
And it was only 4 laps.
Yeah, it was only 4 laps. But, I mean, Luke's had bad luck with that car in the last couple of years, and it's a shame to see him parked up at the exit pit lane there with, it looks like, a pretty substantial damage to that engine.
And he was running, I think, 2nd or 3rd overall in the Victorian State Circuit Racing title fight as well. He was only a point behind 2nd place coming into the round, and we got across the line, so you'll get points for the finish. But the real question remains whether or not that is going to be the end of his weekend, or if that is an easy fix. But just judging by the amount of smoke still coming from that car, I am a bit concerned that it's not looking good for the GC Electrical number 25. Formula V is going to be the next category out on the circuit, and well, I imagine they're going to have to pull the GC Electrical car away before they can let the Vs loose. So I'd imagine we're going to have a short delay here. Yep, we are, because there comes the flatbed tilt tray, and we'll be back after they've recovered the Senator with Formula V. Back soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 races to go for the Saturday afternoon program. Here come the 24 Formula V's for an 4-lap encounter with thanks to Australian VW Performance Centre. They are going to be the title sponsor for the Formula Vee National Challenge, set to take place on the October 14 to 16 weekend up at Winton Motor Raceway. And actually, you're welcome on board to Revolution Race Gear, who have also come aboard for the Formula Vee National Challenge on the weekend after the Bathurst 1000. Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy in here for commentary for this one. And, well, qualifying was a little bit hard to follow earlier this morning, Dan, because we did have a few timing glitches. But nonetheless, the front row are 2 combatants that are no strangers to Formula V competition and battling each other.
Absolutely, yeah. They have been the front runners for a couple of years, these two, with Collinson just there or thereabouts in most of the races as well. So it's those 3 that I'll be looking for again in this one. So McCarthy, Rowe and Collinson coming out of positions 1, 2 and 3. Just behind we have Ashley Clifford out of position 4. Row 3 is made up of Curran and Nick Jones. And behind that, Isaac Woodhouse and Lee Partridge.
And then you got Brandon Taylor, who's come back into the Formula V fold. At Winton, he had the ex-Spectre chassis that was operated by Davin Field for a while. He's now switched over to the Sabre 02. That's him sort of just coming under the Penrite Bridge now in the Gippy powder coating red machine. And then he'll be starting alongside Adam Nicholson, who's had a little bit of limited track running this weekend. They did have to change the gearbox in that car on Friday after not being able to select 4th gear. And so they missed out on what they would deem to be a crucial wet session, given that it looks like it's going to rain at some stage this weekend. But they've done a remarkable job to get that car turned around and qualified inside the top 10. So he's the lead of the Acura Motorsport cars. 6 of them here this weekend, which is a phenomenal effort from the Acura Motorsports crew to look after so many cars. And there are 1 or 2 cars that are out of position for this one. The one that I'm going to be most interested in is Lucas Kawam in position number 22 with some oil pressure dramas in qualifying, and it just turned out to be a bit of a damage to one of the gaskets. Actually, he just exited stage right, went straight into pit lane, and we've got a car at the back there. Looks like it might be, there is Lucas Kawam coming down the lane, so hopefully not a recurrence of the gremlins. Just motioning to
loose.
Yep, something's loose there, and it's the bodywork. The bodywork on the cars come off, so they've had to come into pit lane to rectify that. Well spotted. They'll put the little grub screw in and re-secure that, and there's a little gap there at the back for him. So he'll start from pit lane, and green flag at the back, and looks like we're ready to go. Here we are for Formula V.
On the right, we have Reef McCarthy. On the left, Jake Rowe. As the lights go out and we're away, it's Rowe that makes a better start. A great initial launch, and he'll quite comfortably hold the lead into turn 1, although the slipstreaming in these Vs is quite something. And with the wind picking up this afternoon, we're already seeing that come into effect before we even get to turn number 1.
Absolutely. It started to become a tail breeze down the front straight here, and Rowe got the better launch, and he will lead into turn 1. Collinson looked like he missed the jump a little bit. Ash Clifford got him out of the second row. There goes Johnny Casamati, exit stage right, so it's going to cost him a couple more spots. Going to come on behind Lee Partridge and Mick Fisher, and comes back on without incident. So far, Lucas Kawam at the back of the field. There he is. He's the last man just coming through the final chicane, or the first chicane now, and well, he's not going to be racing his way from the back. We'll see how many cars he can pick off between there. Oh, and looks like Malachi Windsor in the 88 machine, who was actually last on the grid, hasn't made it too far beyond the start-finish stripe as McCarthy goes to the lead, and goes to the lead probably fairly quickly, because if they need to send the recovery vehicles out to grab that car, that position's now crucial.
Is that Woodhouse up to 3rd position? it was either 32 or number 12. Didn't quite see who it was, or third or fourth position. So there's been a bit of change further back behind McCarthy and Rowe. So we'll see as they come across the line for the first time. We are still under green flag at the moment, despite the incident. There we are.
It is
Penalty.
Woodhouse you were talking to. He's actually in 5th place, and the man on screen there in the style print machine heading through the bottom of your shot there has a 5-second penalty applied for a jump start infringement. Now, there we go. Actually, Jake Rowe wasn't quite aware of what was going on, and the yellow flags were out. There is the stricken 88 of Malachi Windsor. So, yellow flag, local yellow flag, we should say, actually. It has taken away the opportunity for Rowe to retake the lead on the run to turn 1. So, most of the passing now, I think, is going to happen down at turn number 4, and or possibly not 4, also down at turn 6.
It's an interesting one anyway, because as you say, it's a tailwind heading down the pit straight anyway, so that likely turn 1 wouldn't have been as easy an opportunity as it normally would be anyway. So I think that will be the overtaking opportunity down the back straight with that headwind there are down the back straight. And here we are seeing it come into effect. So here comes Rowe. He retakes the lead, but further back.
3 wide coming towards turn number 6. Here we go. Woodhouse with the 5-second penalty, trying to be rounded up by Jones, and both going past Ash Clifford in the number 17 Star Res entry. And here comes the stinger. And a spin for Brandon Taylor in the number in the 29. And there goes Spinello in the 49 Acura Motorsport car. We've got a massive high side there with some contact from the spinning number 29 of Brandon Taylor.
This could be the end of potentially this race. I reckon we might see a safety car very shortly, so this might be crucial. As McCarthy retakes the lead up the inside towards turn number 1.
They've withdrawn the yellow too for Malachi Windsor, so they've deemed that car's in a safe enough spot, and the field has had enough time to observe that it is there. So that's important for what may occur on the next lap, which will be the last lap of the race.
They may do the same down at Dandenong Road with that stricken car down in the gravel trap, so that's likely to be, or it will certainly be, yellow flags on this lap, and they may reduce that next time around. Here we go.
Taylor's just dropped it all on his own there. It doesn't look like there was any contact, and then all 3 of the 4 wheels for Damien Spinello up into the sky and into the kitty litter. So pretty innocuous spin, pretty lazy spin, I would say, for Brandon Taylor. Maybe just on the gear change coming down to 3rd gear, just got it a little bit out of control and was forced to check up here. Now they've got yellow flags out here, and yep, up go the hands, I could tell. And down the hill they come. So they all have to go back into position here because of Spinello off at turn 9. And this is a really interesting little battle pack. Ash Clifford's gone back to the lead of this battle group, which is down in 4th through to 9th, with Woodhouse, Jones, and then Andre Curran, who's had a bit of a weird start, being pressured by Adam Nicholson in the 95.
Number 12, remember, has that 5-second penalty for the jump start. Briefly jumped up to 4th position, but is steadily dropping back. So 5-second penalty at the moment would drop him, good 3 or 4 positions, or all of this battle group at least anyway, and maybe beyond that.
He might be lucky to survive just being on the tail end of this battle group with the 5-second penalty. You can see that even coming through to the shot here at turn 2, there's still a big gap to where Brandon Taylor is at the back of the thing. So I think 5 seconds will see him finish 9th overall. He'll just be the last car out of this group of 5. Be interested to see what's going on at the front here. Timing's playing a little bit of an unusual game here. Jake Rowe not actually showing up on timing screen. Well, he's showing up now because he's going to go the long way round Reef McCarthy. Now down towards turn 7, 8 and 9. Yellow flags are still out, so Rowe got the job done before the yellow flag presented. And a little bit wide there over the back of Dandenong Road, but manages to keep it pointing the correct direction and should be safe from here. Now, Rowe's missed a couple of rounds in the VSRS this year, so he's not fighting for a state title here. He's looking for race wins in the club championship. It's Heath Collinson that's the one of interesting point that needs to be with Reef McCarthy, because he does lead the state series. McCarthy comes home second to Rowe, and Collinson home in third. Ash Clifford's going to lead home this group of 5 cars who battled fairly hard throughout that whole entire thing. Remember that Isaac Woodhouse will drop to 9th on the road as it stands right now.
As we see them continue to come across the line, it's when you have a 5-second penalty in such a short race, it really does affect you quite a bit more. Obviously scheduled to be 10 originally at the start of the day, but cut back to 4 due to several red flag periods. And you just spotted a Formula Vee with no nose.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out who that is. One of the blue cars. I think it's one of the Acura machines, possibly Samuk Rudrapatna, that might be missing it. Or it's going to be, or it might actually be Johnny Casamati with, who was a bit further up the field. That's the only other blue car I can see, but a bit strange for a nose to come off randomly without any contact. So let's have a look at something that happened on the last lap here. And here we go. This will be the explanation for it. And yep, is one of the Acura cars that has lost a front nose. Actually, it was Casamati that was involved. So dislodged the nose cone. And looks like everybody has managed to get home here, save for a couple of drivers that have been off the road. So who didn't finish that one? So Braden Sturr, who's on debut, he didn't finish. Malachi Windsor didn't make it beyond the start line. Damien Spinello had the coming together with Brandon Taylor. He's in the kitty litter at turn 9. And just seeing here that Rob, Brandon Sturr's got him. And Rob Vile looks like he came to the pits late in that one and only completed 2 laps on track. The marshals will clean up that activity down at turn number 9. Formula V's exit the track into pit lane. They haven't got far to go because most of the garages for them are in the pit lane, thank goodness. And we'll take a short break with the BMW E30s last to grace the track for the Saturday afternoon sessions.
Welcome back to the final race for round 4, day 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We'd like to welcome a new sponsor on board for this round for the BMW E30s, Liquimolly. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, the in-house expert for everything BMW E30 Racing is Donovan Mollenhagen. It's been too many seasons now that you've been the expert commentator and not a race driver.
It's getting a bit, it's starting to wear a little bit thin, to be perfectly honest, Darren. I'd love to be back in a car.
No, I actually want you to go racing again so you stop getting better at commentary.
Don't worry, there's no fear of me taking your job, that's for certain.
So, cars are on track, as I said. Great to welcome Liquimolly. It's a name that is becoming quite synonymous with Australian motorsport, aren't they? They're making their presence felt. Of course, the Bathurst 12 Hour is something that, you know, is now known as the Liquimolly Bathurst 12 Hour.
Yep, no, we're very proud to have Liquimolly on board to our garagistic BMW E30 Racing Series. It's, as we've mentioned before, grassroots motorsport. It's not overly expensive, but it's not cheap, and any type of help we can get from sponsors to come on board and support the category and all of the categories that race here today is something that we welcome.
Certainly is. Let's have a look at the grid. It will be on pole position Alex Jory. Big throw up in the front row here. Different competitors on the front row. Then we've got Jesse Bryan aboard his borrowed car. Simon Schiff to Jess Bell. Welcome back to Sandown to Jeff. And I've let Jess, she's in her own car again now.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think that the rollover car, if that's the one you're referring to, I don't know that that's back on its wheels yet, but it is being brought back to life.
Absolutely rapt to see car number 90, Matt Thulis, back at the wheel, a guy that has won the Australian Production Car Championship in Class C, and I'm quite surprised to see him on 5th. I wouldn't be surprised to see him on a podium spot before the end of this one. A very, very good race car driver is Matty Thulis, and a big welcome to E30 Racing. It's been some time since he's put his backside into one. Good to see him on track. Jeff Bowles, Ashley Rogers, Paul Schiff, Ryan Carter, Rory Plant, and check out Rory's car with the upflow non-alcoholic beer down the side of the car there. So awesome to see the four-door, still our only four-door
yes,
out
absolutely.
there.
It's so far, yes, that's right.
And then we go to Mark Gregorski, Roderick Martin, Tristan Blofelder, Darryl O'Neill, Adam Sleep, and Alwyn Lim. Some new names on the list there for the E30s this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got 16 cars on the grid this year, this round, and we've had 21 or 22 competitors throughout the season. So getting good numbers back on the grid for E30 Racing, it's great to see. Unfortunately, I'm not one of them yet.
We'll get you there. Don't worry about that. And lights go on. We've got 4 laps. This is going to be a torrid affair for the E30s. Jory gets a little bit of side slide there off the line. Bowles goes up the inside there out of 6th as well. And the number 87, Mark Gregorski, absolutely charging. The Oceans has opened up for him.
Didn't it? Yes.
Driven right up the middle of the field here. He's made up 2 or 3 spots before even getting to the start line. But it is Jesse Bryant that gets to turn 1 for the first time. There's the 50. Up the inside, that's Matty Thulis. He gets out of the throttle and just lines up there. He goes, he's not going to get through turn 1. In fact, we've had way too many incidents at turn 1 today. And I'm pretty sure Matty Thulis doesn't want the spotlight put on him.
No, he definitely doesn't. Let's try and keep this one clean so that we can meet our curfew, whatever time that is here at Sandown International Raceway.
I think about 6 minutes time.
Something like that. We're squeezing ourselves into the gap.
Yeah,
so Paul's shift there looks like he's got a problem coming out of 4. Doesn't look like he's got any drive. I'm hoping that he can bring the car off the track around turn 5, but I don't know that he's going to even make it that far. So
Alex Jory looks wide, as does the 24, which is Jeff Bowles, who's made up some spots. There's Thulis, Jess Bell right in front. They take the left-hander, plunge down into Dandenong Road, up on the ripple strips. That's what we like to see. The 90 there, which is Thulis. There's Rogers, and using all of the track.
In the West Vic earth-moving BMW E30 there.
Jesse Bryant making the 38 very, very wide, coming into the S's before getting past the Dunlop sign there. And Alex Jory looks to want to get on with it, as does Simon Schiff in the urban camouflage.
That's what we'll call it. Jesse coming off his first win at the last round. He won a race at the last round, so he's very pumped up to keep that momentum going. But Alex is looking very determined not to give him another race win here into turn 1, with Simon Schiff following closely behind, with Jeff Bowles tucked under his rear wing as well. So
I reckon Jesse Bryan is driving on the mirrors. He probably just wants to reach up and throw that thing into the back seat.
Absolutely.
Not that there is one. But at the moment, Alex Jory is eyes forward, and he has got one car 38 in his sights, and Simon Schiff's going to go on through with him, as is Jess Bell. She looks to be just sitting there and waiting for something to happen. Let me tell you, in a 4-lap race, there's no opportunity, Jess. You're going to have to make hay while the sun
right,
shines.
yep. There's no hanging around. It's get going or get out.
Look at this.
It looks like Alex is trying to pull up alongside there. I don't think he's going to get there. But Jeff has gotten in through the inside of Simon Schiff there going into the S's.
Watch this under brakes.
Is Alex going to try and stick it up the inside into Dandy Road? No, but it looks like Jesse's taking a defensive line there, but he's slow out of Dandenong. Alex trying to pull up alongside. Some really great racing between these two. They had
car number 38, Jesse Bryant, penalty, I would suggest, for a start line infringement. He hasn't exactly blocked or anything yet, but yes, certainly he got away very smartly. I'm just checking some information through. Yep, false start, time penalty 5 seconds for car number 38. So at the moment, you'd need to want to get that message through to Alex. Don't get too much involved with Jesse, but keep your eyes on Jeff Bowles, who's coming at you.
Yeah, no, somebody will be on the cans there to Alex, telling him not to worry too much. But but knowing Alex, he'll want to be first across the line. That's as you want to be as a race driver, and he doesn't look like he's giving up.
Well, at this point in time, the all-important thing is that it's all the way down to Rogers in 6th place before we get 5 seconds behind. So,
and a 4-lap race isn't going to give him a lot of time to pull that back either. So
no, that's right. Matty Thulis in the number 90 has gone to the lane, so that's a shame. Car not making it around on the first lap after there was a little bit of a coming together. So obviously some damage there. There goes Rory Plant in the upflow non-alcoholic beer entry.
Looks like that yellow flag's been withdrawn as well, so possibly Paul has got that car out of the way.
So what has to happen now for Jesse Bryan in 1 1/4 laps is he needs to get a 5-second lead.
Well, yes, he needs a couple of extra cylinders at least, I would imagine.
And when we look at it, it goes back to 7th place to be 5 seconds back. So
which is really a testament to how
close
this category is.
Jory's going to get it. He wants to get through for the win there.
And there's no fight. There's no point really in Jesse fighting that. He just needs to tack on the back of Alex, let Alex run away, and follow him as far as he can.
As you said, Donovan, each race driver wants to get to the line first, regardless of any post-race penalties that get up there. And Alex has just driven very, very nicely there. He's out Fox Jesse, and showing him a clean set of heels now. It looks like the number 24 doing the same thing. Jeff Bowles, race winner, very experienced race driver in the E30.
Absolutely, yep. Our club treasurer and one of the founding members. So yes, and it's a testament, as I was saying, to how close the racing is in this category. That 5 seconds is at this point going to drop him back to 7th place, 6th place, 6th or 7th place. So I mean, we like to see some really good racing up and down the category, and that's what we are seeing at the front, in the middle, and towards the end of the race, at the end of the grid as well.
I tell you what, we have been exceptionally lucky here today. The weather has literally parted around the property here. We've had rain to the north, south and east, west of us.
Yep.
And if there was any category that's probably equipped to do it in both sorts of conditions, it's the BMW E30s. They run the Yokohama all-weather tyre.
Yep.
And certainly well equipped.
And a beautifully balanced car in the wet and the dry. So it looks like we've got, I think we've got Adam off the side of the track there out of turn 4 as well. So it looks like we might have lost a couple of cars out of this race.
Adam Sleep, was it?
Sleep, yep, in the blue car. I think that's his car.
And we are coming to a checkered flag, and there it is. Gee, 4 laps go quick, don't they?
Run and done. Don't mess around. Unfortunately, we did lose some time today through various incidents. Hopefully tomorrow we can see some incident-free racing and some more laps for all the categories involved. So
Alex Jory takes the first win for the day for the BMWs, and then we will count back. It'll be Bowles, Schiff, Rogers, and then Jesse Bryan will slot into 6th place. Jess Bell, behind Jess Bell, so it'll be 7th place, then Rory Plant. Yeah, just. And no, in fact, it'll be just in front of Jess Bell and the number 30. So there it is for Garagistic and, of course, Liquimolly at this round. Big welcome to Liquimolly. Thanks for throwing your weight and your support. And I'm going to say all of the the awareness around that brand as well, just like Garagistic in the BMW sphere
Absolutely.
as well.
Yep, for sure. A major supplier of BMW performance parts right around the world, with local distribution here and international distribution from America. So, yeah, great to have them on board. Great to have Liquid Moly. And thank you very much for helping us, Darren, today on commentary. So we didn't get a lot of laps, but we'll be back tomorrow.
Gee, I reckon we should have set ourselves a challenge, Donovan. We should have taken a big deep breath and see if we both could have got through to the 4 laps, wasn't it?
One breath.
One big breath, and let's go.
There might have been a bit of silence on that last lap.
Although that is the 1,000 metre start for the horse races. The horse race callers can do it with one breath.
They can, yeah.
Sure.
They're more talented and bigger lungs than me.
Donovan and BMW E30 Racing, thank you very much for your time, and let's hope we can get a full array of racing. 2 10-lappers tomorrow, and the BMW E30s. You got a nice sleep in, mate. 12:05 is the
I
first
know,
race
yeah,
tomorrow.
absolutely.
Wow.
So I'll see you after lunch, or just after lunch.
On lunch. Just on lunch. Well, thank you very much. Of course, our streaming for round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship starts at 9:05 tomorrow morning. We'd love to see everybody at the track. It is the best way to consume your motorsport. Get live in 3D and 4D and 5G, whatever it might be, all the way around Sandown tomorrow. Massively accessible track, easy to get here. Great prices at the gate. You can pay cash or on credit card. Very, very easy to come and join us. We'd love to see all of your smiling faces back at the track and all of that. I'd like to thank all of our volunteer officials around the track, all of our flaggies, recovery crews, pit lane, grid marshals, paddock marshals, all of the catering crew downstairs that run it within the Australian Sports Sedan Association. Upstairs in race control, they have worked very, very hard to puppet master the whole day today, so it has been fantastic. All the guys from Blendline TV, Dan and Shane and all their crew around the track for a hard day's work, thank you very much for that. And of course the dedicated commentary team with the great cast of commentators we've got here. Can't wait till tomorrow, and we round out round number 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. See you then.